What up, Dover? Yeah, I'm making chicken stir fry. So it's gonna take me a little bit. I have the rice cooking in the cooker. I have the chicken on the stove, so I'm gonna be in and out for a few minutes, waiting on that to finish up. But how is the day going? Bro, 100,000 drop rate has to be a cheater. Like that's crazy. That's crazy. Like I saw people with 10K, but 100,000? That's giggle? Bro, that's crazy. Also, that video you posted, I'm so confused. Like, he said something about going to Costco. He ate something, and then he's in the woods. And I'm so confused. Was it like an edible? Like, there was zero context. I was so confused. Okay. It was a huge ass edible, if that was what it was. So I'm assuming he had like 10 of them. Yeah, okay. Okay. I was so confused because he's like, he ate it and then he's in the woods and he's like, "Where's my car?" He's like, "I'm not feeling anything." And I'm like, I'm assuming he's talking about edibles. And then he's laying on the floor and I'm just like, bro, I'm so confused. I was so fucking confused. There was zero context. So I was just like assuming. Oh, bro, that's the thing with edibles, man. They like from what my friends have told me, they're very fucking potent and they sneak up on you. Like they don't hit you like a ton of bricks like damn I'm high. It's just like it sneaks up on you and you're just like kind of out of it and you don't even realize it. Yeah, so yeah, you told me about the mining thing. I was like, oh, I would totally be down for that. And then I was sitting there, I was like, but I'm fucking tired. I know for a fact if I sat down to mine, I'd have fallen asleep just punching a fucking gold rock the rest of the night. Oh man. Yeah, those sleep when your sleep gets fucked up like that, man, it's the worst. It's so fucking terrible. Yeah, I didn't really do anything this weekend. I played a little bit of Path of the Exiles, and that was about it. Dude, I haven't done a dig in like 6 months. I'm too lazy. Yeah, too lazy. Legitimately. Yeah, the 200 gems piqued my interest, but I was too tired. Oh, you know something I didn't know, Topher? That I found out like 2 days ago? Which I'm gonna do really quick as well. Um, the Pet Mart has a free gym claim every day. Like what? Since when? I didn't know. Only reason I found out about it is because he had one of those like above the game post things, and it said, "Oh, the thingamajiggy in the PetSmart is juiced for the next couple days." I'm like, "What is he talking about?" So I go in here, right, and I go to the PetMart and I see this claim free gyms button. I'm like, "When did that get there?" Oh, I think that's my biggest one so far. Yeah. I haven't bought anything and it just sold out. Uh, uh, I'm gonna let this thing I'm not even gonna touch this thing because it just desyncs when I'm playing this game, so it's not worth leaving open because it just doesn't even really progress. But I'm gonna go check on my food really quick. And then I'll be right back. Uh, uh. Oh, all right, almost done. We just put the veggies in the microwave because they're the frozen kind. Those will be cooked up. Throw them in with the sauce, stir it up, and we should be done. I think I need like another, I don't know, 5 or 6 minutes. And then we'll get jumping onto this. Man. Oh, did you give up on Path of Exiles, Tover? Yeah, yeah, we got a Sam's and a Costco. We go there all the time. We're actually going there tomorrow. Interesting. I don't eat a whole lot of sweets. Like I've eaten more recently, but I'm not a big sweets guy. Like my problem, Tover, is I'm a big glutton, and when I'm craving something, I'll like I'll eat a ton of something, right? Like if I'm craving some sweets, I'll eat an entire like bag of like Twix or Kit Kats or white chocolate Hershey's or something. Like I'll eat an entire bag of them, and then I won't eat anything for like a few months, right? Or like a month. And that's with me with foods, that's with me with drinks. Like I'm just a very big glutton. So I try not I force myself to not do that. So like the wife got me some Cadbury eggs because one of my favorite things about Easter. So I eat one Cadbury egg a day kind of thing. And I don't eat a lot of sugars other than that, right? I don't eat foods that have like added sugars. I don't eat things that have high sugars, right? I don't eat a lot of sweet things because it's just like sweet. I don't particularly dislike sweets, but I'm not a like I don't like foods that are just sweet. I like things that are more spicy and savory and stuff like that, right? So like shaved ice or like snow cones and things like that. Like I ate them when I was a kid and I just they were okay. It's not a huge fan. I didn't like popsicles. I don't like cold food either. Cold food has always made my teeth hurt. Like ever since I was young, like you know how people get brain freezes? Well, I get brain freezes, but my teeth get frozen and they hurt. Like my what is that? The nerve is like really close to like my teeth. So when my teeth get cold, my nerve hurts. Like in my tooth, up at the top, in the bottom. It doesn't feel good. Those like colds have never been like I don't like ice in my drinks. I don't really eat ice cream all that much. Like anything cold I stay away from. I like ice cream, right? I'll have an ice cream sandwich on like here and there, but I don't like cold stuff. But I also don't like hot food either. So I'm more of a lukewarm kind of guy. The wife hates it. Like we'll go to a restaurant. I'm like, can you go put this in the fridge for me? And they're like, what? They look at me like I'm crazy. Because like I fucking hate hot food. I'm a very big wimp. I'm very sensitive to like hot when it comes to putting something in my mouth. Like most people are sitting there eating it and I'm looking at it like, yeah, that's gonna burn the shit out of my mouth. You know what I mean? I'll be right back. Give me just a second.
Okay.
All right, got me a nice big ass bowl of rice, Szechuan sauce, chicken, and veggies. Oh man. You like super cold stuff after burning the shit out of your mouth on pizza? Bro, pizza's the worst. Like, I like pizza a lot. I eat pizza all the time. But god damn it, dude, every single time I eat pizza, doesn't matter when, where, or how, I always burn the roof of the mouth right behind my front teeth. Every single time. Every single time. Bro, I used to eat Pizza Pocket or what is the thing? Hot Pockets all the time when I was growing up as a kid. They're pretty good when when I was a kid. Bro, I tried eating one when I was older and they're fucking disgusting. Same thing with raviolis, bro. Spaghettios and stuff. Oh my god, fucking horrendous. I don't know why you would ever subject your child to that. Like maybe like they changed the ingredients and it's gotten worse over the years or something. But I remember when I was a kid, I ate it all the time. Like beefaroni, bro. Beefaroni was my go-to, right? Raviolis with craft cheese in it, right? To make it cheesy and like, change the sauce a little bit, give it some extra flavor or whatever. Like I remember doing that shit all the fucking time. And then getting like ham and cheese Hot Pockets, bro, fucking fire back in the day. And bro, I tried one. I tried all that stuff like in my 30s, and I have almost thrown up trying to eat that stuff. Like legit, it was so disgusting. It's just fucking terrible, man. I hate it with a passion. So yeah, I don't eat a whole lot of processed foods anymore. Like I still do, obviously, right? Because like the frozen vegetables are technically processed, right? Like I don't get fresh veggies. So I mean that's one thing I'm like obviously never gonna change. Cause like canned veggies, frozen veggies, those kinds of things. Like I'm not gonna be going to the fucking grocery store grabbing raw ass fucking snap peas and fucking broccoli and cooking that shit up and prepping it myself and just nah, that ain't gonna happen. That's way too much extra effort. Fuck that shit, bro. Um But yeah, like that shit's just wild. We'll have to come back for that. But like same thing with like rice, right? I'm not gonna fucking grow my own rice, shuck it, get the shells out. I'm not gonna do all the processing work for that. So like obviously I buy like, rice from the grocery store and, cereals and things like that. And I buy nuggies. Obviously, I'm a little spoiled when it comes to that. I know you've had bad experiences with it, but like, yeah, that's something I'll always grab. 'Cause it's like a really easy thing to just toss in the air fryer that I don't have to worry about. Yeah, we have Dino Nuggies, and then we have like honestly, we just buy whatever's on sale. Holy resin wood. So 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's quite a lot today. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I like whatever's on sale. If Tyson's on sale, we get Tyson. If Purdue's on sale, we get Purdue. Like I've never had an issue with any of the Nuggies on any fronts so far. Like you had when we talked about it before. I've never had issues like that. Um so it's like I don't know, I'm not gonna say it's only you that had that problem, but I've personally not run into that problem myself. And that's kind of sad that you've run into that problem so many times. It's kind of jaded you for nuggies and stuff and tenders. But yeah, like that's one of the processed foods we get all the time. We also get some of the what is it, the Members Mark microwavable Macs, those little single serving ones. Those are pretty good. But most of the time, it's like we buy a box meal, like, you know, macaroni and cheese box meal or something like that. Or, you know, we just buy some seasonings and we cook up some chicken and toss it in with some like seasonings and stuff and like can of veggies, stuff like that. Oh yeah, mac and cheese is fucking terrible for you. It's just the cheese is never the same, right? Like the Cracker Barrel macaroni and cheese, like the cheese, the fake cheese that they give you, is just so cheesy, bro. So good. Because like melting the shredded cheese is no, no. Shredded cheese doesn't melt right. So if you really want to make true mac and cheese, you have to buy block cheese and you have to shred it yourself because the shredded cheese always comes with this like anti like fungal powder stuff on it, and it prevents it from melting properly, and you just get these like clumps and stringiness of cheese doesn't truly fully melt. So if you really want to actually melt it, you really want to get some like some straight up liquid gold, you gotta like actually shred your own cheese, which is not a big deal. I don't mind doing that. But bro, $4 for like a box of like Kraft or a Cracker Barrel mac and cheese specifically. I like the Cracker Barrel mac and cheese. It's so thick. Like the cheese is ridiculously thick. Like the noodles literally stick to it like fucking glue. So good. I love really thick sauces like that. And that's why the Cracker Barrel I really like. Like Kraft is okay, but typically if I'm gonna do Kraft, we use the pre-cooked Johnsonville brats or whatever, the cheddar Johnsonville brats, better than cheddars. Chop those up, throw it in with a box of Kraft mac and cheese, and like that's just like a quick, easy dinner. And like I said, once again, not very good for you. Like I said, I try to eat healthy, but there's like certain things that like on lazy days or on days where I'm just cooking by myself or, I want something quick and easy. Like, obviously I eat terrible things, right? I know some of my meals that I eat for like snacks and stuff are like canned chicken, canned tuna. Um, I'll have like a protein shake or bowl of cereal, maybe a bowl of oatmeal, with a little bit of cinnamon and maple. Or something. Like those are like my go-to like snacks if I'm not gonna eat nuggies, basically. But I try like with my diet, with what they say, oh, you gotta avoid this, you gotta avoid that, you gotta avoid this. It's like there's nothing I can actually eat because I have to avoid added sugars, I have to avoid high carbs, I have to avoid fats, I have to avoid salt. So what does that leave me left to eat? I can't eat carbs, so I can't eat starches. So I have to like limit my rice and my pasta intake and my bread intake. I have to avoid like added sugars and stuff. So pretty much, processed sugary foods. That's not a big deal. So I don't really eat that stuff very often anyway. But salt, like, okay, so I have to get no salt added to like all of my veggies, right? Which is once again not a big deal. I don't put salt in my water when I cook anything. I don't put salt in my food when I cook it anyway. Never done that. But like most of the processed foods have a lot of salt in them, so can't like my nuggies are terrible for me. The mac and cheeses are terrible for me. Like all that stuff is terrible for me. Just crap, just fucked. There's like just not a lot I can actually eat. And like I said, I have to avoid fatty foods, so I can't even eat certain like meats because they have to be the lean versions of all the meats. Yeah, exactly, Topher. I mean, I don't not eat salt, right? I just don't eat. I just don't add salt to my stuff, right? I don't eat things that have added salt. So if it has natural salts in it, sure. And like I said, I don't eat a lot of sugars either. Yeah. Like I said, it's a big clusterfuck. Like, don't eat salts, don't eat sugars, don't eat fats. It's like, well, what can I eat? Yeah. Well, the reason, like, the problem with the salt is when you have a hypertension, high blood pressure, whatever, it can give you a heart attack. So they tell you to avoid eating a lot of salt, right? So, like, some salts in your diet's fine, right? But don't add salt to your food. Don't have, canned veggies with added salt and stuff like that. Like, they're basically trying to cut back on your salt intake. Because most people on a daily average, if you actually add it up, have like 10 times the amount of salt intake that they need for the day. Oh yeah, my doctor, like, so I'm seeing a new doctor coming this year, Topher. So I had this one doctor, and I swear to God, every time I went to him, I complained, like, to my wife. I'm like, this guy, he doesn't listen. He is literally in his own world. I'll go in, he'll ask me a question, I'll start to answer him, and then he'll ask me again, and then he'll just trail off on a random tangent and just be like, all right, cool, sounds good. And I'll be like, hey, this has been bothering me. Is there something we can, like, look at or whatever? It's like, oh yeah, it's probably just this. And he just goes off on a random tangent, starts talking, and just kind of ignores me. Doesn't really answer my question or anything. And I just, like, I really hated him as a doctor. And um after I went to my appointment with him, I went to my cardiologist. My cardiologist had, one concern about my hypertension. And she's asked me about the pill he put me on. Yo, Edge with the raid,
Oh,
let's go.
yeah.
How was the gaming? I saw you were hunting, right? How was the hunting going? I tuned in for a second. Did you know on Discord? Yo, direct as well. Yo, let's go. Huge. Welcome in, everybody.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
appreciate the raids, you guys. But yeah, did you know on Discord, Edge, it was like showing your stream in the Discord feed, and when I clicked on it, it just linked me. It just brought me right to your Twitch. Yeah, and when I went to it, you were laying on the ground. You were dead. You were DED dead. Yeah, that was really cool. But anyway, yeah, so I went to my cardiologist and she's like, oh yeah, I see he put you on some meds, blah, blah, how's that going? I'm like, it's fucking terrible. He gave me this fucking medication that I have to take 30 minutes before I eat breakfast and 30 minutes before I eat dinner. And I have to do that like every day. And I can't remember to do it. Like, and my wife's mom was like, well, they gave me a pill that I just take once a day. And that's it. There's no with this, with that, before this, before that. You just take it once a day and that's it. Why can't they give you something like that? It's like, I don't fucking know. You're sweaty. Don't be sweaty.
Oh,
Yo, another one.
yeah.
And a pen wolf. Wolfie? Is that one of your friends? Or is that just another, is that person from Quinpaw just coming in and being generous? Welcome in, welcome in. I appreciate it. The whole trio. Oh, that was the trio? Oh, okay. I was wondering because you were playing with 3 people. That makes sense. Let's fix this really quick. I'm fat. We be fat as fuck. What do we get rid of? What do we get rid of? Get rid of like 10 of this. There we go. Go fix my inventory really quick. Yo, thanks for the raid as well, Anna. I appreciate it. Yeah, I saw you picking Edge up off the floor earlier. Yo, thanks for the follow as well. I appreciate it. But anyway, yeah, so I told the cardiologist this, and she's like, oh, well, I'll look into seeing if there's another pill that maybe you could take that would, better suit your you know, brain, I guess, my thought process, like my memory, however you want to take it. But what is taking up so much goddamn space? I mean, I know what this is. Let's sell the seaweed really quick. The boys always carry. Wait, question. And weren't you the one? I don't know. Actually, it might not have been you. I remember I was in a stream with Edge. Well, I was in Edge's stream, and he was trio streaming, and you guys had like all your streams were like together and chat. And I was talking to somebody about their broken ass computer. I don't know if it was you or not. Might have been somebody else. But did crash or yeah, because I don't remember who it was. Edge, I think it was somebody else, but they were playing Hunt with Edge and somebody else, and their mouse just wasn't working. Like they couldn't use their mouse, and I'm just like, did you feed them? You know, mice do need to eat. You know, that was you. Okay. Oh, it was so funny. That was so funny. I was being a troll, but I was also trying to like help at the same time. Don't buy me. Attack the core. No, that's so unfortunate. Uh, God, I remember I walked into my bedroom the other day, and my cat just had my phone charger in his mouth, and I was like, bruh, come on, that's like the fifth one. They don't taste good. What are you doing? A fucking troll and a half, bro. Oh man, but anyway, to my conversation is like I said, my cardiologist said she's trying to find me a new pill. I don't know if she did or didn't because she never really emailed me or anything that I remember. But like a month or two later, I get a phone call and they're like, "Hey, we need to set up an appointment." I'm like, "What do you mean? I had my yearly for both my cardiologist and my actual doctor." Like, "Oh, well, your doctor retired and we're setting you up with a new person." I'm like, "Oh." Fantastic! I'm so happy. That guy needed to retire 10 years ago. Sweet. So this year, when I go for my annual, I have a brand new doctor that I've never seen before. So hopefully this person will actually listen to me. When I tell him, bro, my hip has been hurting for 6 months and I can't get it to stop hurting every time I like try and bend or move. Can we get a look at it? And they're gonna be like, oh, it's fine. Just sit up straight. Like, what? Bro, are you dumb? Did you go to medical school? Just like, bro, go fuck yourself. Laying away to repair. Oh no. Red Dragon. I never heard of that one. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, me personally, the only mouse that I will use going forward, and I've been stuck on this mouse for over 10 years, is the G502. Like, it's the only mouse that I have over my gaming life of 20 plus years. Uh, it's the only mouse that I've ever used that I've actually fallen in love with. Between the fact that it fits my hand basically perfectly, the extra few buttons is kind of comes in handy a little bit, but it's so heavy when I put all the weights into it. It like the weight is perfect because I need I personally feel like I need a heavy mouse. Budget gaming mouse, got you. Hey, if it works, it works. You know what I mean? Like that's all that matters. The closest mouse that I have to the G502 that I used, and I only used it because I was having problems with the gaming software where my mouse would randomly just go just like crazy like. I ended up fixing that problem. But before I fixed that problem, I was getting pissed about it. So I bought a what is this thing again? Made in China. Yeah, that's not it. Yeah, it's a Zowie EC1A. I think it's Steel Series. And the only reason I bought it is because it was big, so it would fit my hand. Obviously, you can get the smaller versions too if you have a small hand. But it's light, which I didn't really like, but it has zero software. The DPI setting is actually built into the mouse itself. There's no software for it or anything, so you don't have any software problems with this mouse. You plug it in and it just works. So it's one of my like favorite backup mice, so I don't have to worry about like, hey, is the software up to date? Is the software gonna crap out on me? Is an update on the software gonna like brick my mouse and stuff like that? Like I don't have to worry about any of that stuff. It just works. Need to go pretend I sleep some. Okay, sounds good. I appreciate you, Anna. Have a good one. Thanks for the raid. And yeah, hope you had fun playing hunt with them and everything. Have a good night. Sleep well. Talk to you later, maybe. Bye bye bye. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See ya. All right. But yeah, it's over. The short of the story is I get a new doctor this year, and hopefully this one actually doesn't hate their job. It actually listens to what I have to say and helps in any way, shape, or form. Oh my god, they need to fix this. It's so annoying. But yeah, Edge, I ran one astrolabe yesterday morning or this morning, and I sold all the life force, and I made like 25 div for you. After we get all these farms planted, guys, I'm gonna actually eat my food that I made. I'm starving. Yeah, because I don't know what build you're trying to like tinker with now, or what you're trying to upgrade for which build, or if you're starting another one or not. But I figured, I know you need money to like dump into stuff. Figured I'd give you some stuff. But worst case scenario, I use that money to try to tinker with a strength stacking build, or convert the chieftain to like a jug and do like a blade for strength stacking build. See if I can like nuke bosses with it. Because the reason I like the strength stacking build is because with those boots, it's pure chaos. So I don't have to worry about bosses that have, ES or anything like that. I don't have to break the ES. I don't have to do anything fancy like that or anything. It's literally to walk in and nuke them. So the damage is consistent. Except there's like maybe one boss in the whole game that has shavs, which, you can't bypass the energy shield. But there's very, very, very few. I literally think there's only one, maybe two bosses that have that. So being chaos, ES bosses don't matter. And if I'm on a map that has that mod where mobs have extra ES or whatever, doesn't matter. I can still nuke the mobs if I need to help. So that's one of the things I like about it. Two, you can stack so much raw damage with it because with all the extra strength, it gives so much added chaos. And since the added chaos is coming from the boots, your weapon truly doesn't matter what you're using. The only thing, like, that's why everybody uses the Paradoxica, is because the Paradoxica has the damage is doubled. It like literally attacks with this weapon are doubled. So since you don't need a high damage weapon, but it has that mod, it doubles whatever is the added chaos from the boots, which is fucking nuts. And then you can get it's obviously going to be stupid expensive Paradoxica, but then you get the penetrates chaos res as well, which gives you even more damage increase from the weapon. It's like a ridiculous combo. So like that's what I would like lean towards getting possibly. Um, but yeah, that would be the only thing I would even look into possibly doing. 'Cause I can do the same thing with like Cyclone. It doesn't have to be Blade Flurry. It could be Cyclone as well. I just was looking at like skills that I think would be good for just boss deleting, and Blade Flurry is one of them for sure. Another one. Yeah, I mean, like, what sounds good though? Because like the Shield Crush was cool and all, but I feel like it's too specific. Like you need this stat on you know, you need X amount of this, you need X amount of that, you need this, you need that, you need this and this and this and this, and it doesn't work unless you have all these components. Like you need 15 out of 15 of these components to actually make it work. And I just feel like that's too much. Like at least with RF, it's like, hey, put on these generic pieces and it just works, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like with a build like that, it's not like yeah, I mean it works. Like what you have is pretty solid. It still does a lot of work. But if it's supposed to be a boss killer, like I feel like you would have to farm probably like 200 div at the start of a league with one build to convert into or to make your boss killer character to then start farming bosses. Because there's no like segueing into it and like getting a scuffed version of it to starting to farm bosses and then farm more money. Like, I feel like that build doesn't do that. There's a lot of boss builds that do that, or a lot of like in-game builds that you can, but that one you can't. It's like you're kind of just your survivability relies upon having a lot of currency, and your damage relies upon having a lot of currency. And I'm not saying that like the build I'm talking about isn't the same way, right? But I feel like since it is heavy on uniques, I feel like yes, it's expensive, but I think it's easier to gear because you're just searching for uniques specifically. Ah, off by a smidgen. Hate it when I'm off by like a very small little cubic hair. And I mean, we already know this Edge as well as like any high tier build is going to be expensive. Anything that has like ridiculous damage that does really like has good survivability and good like boss killing potential is going to be expensive no matter how we look at it. But I like it when those builds have stages where it still works, it still does its job, it's still like it can kill bosses, it can still do X, Y, and Z with a little less currency. Right, and then it gets to the ridiculous numbers with more currency, but it still works until you get to that point. Like that's more or less what I look for to. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like that's kind of like I wouldn't say RF because RF ramps, but not ramp. It doesn't ramp that much. But yeah, it's kind of like that same point. It's like Cyclone Impale, right? Cyclone Impale is a good build. It ramps to a ridiculous value, but it works up until that point, right? The only thing that like changes with it is like, yeah, you need a little currency to get it started, and it starts up at low tier stuff, and you know you get some currency, and you start getting better gear or whatever to like get your survivability up a little bit or get your damage up a little bit. But then as you start putting more currency to it, your damage starts like fucking hella skyrocketing. Um, but it works up until that point still. So you did buy yourself a mage blood? Nice. So you did farm up a little bit of money? That's huge. Did you take my divines to do that? Or did you farm up your own? Tomato, tomato. Oh yeah, okay. So that's fine. I don't mind. I farmed it for you because like I'm kind of done with the league. Edge, I don't mind going in and playing with you and like helping you with your build or helping you level or grinding some currency for you or something like that. But I don't think I'm gonna like do a whole lot more. Like I wouldn't mind maybe converting my chieftain into a jug and testing out like a strength stacker. But I don't think I'm gonna level a whole other character to try a new build right now. I think I'm just done with it right now. I need a break. good build or a good league. I liked the league. The league was a lot of fun. It gave us a lot of like enjoyment. This was like the first league that we could farm currency and we could actually build our builds and like do stuff. It was so fun. I enjoyed the shit out of it. But I think after a month, I'm kind of just done with it. Oh my god, I need to hurry up and fucking finish this farm. I'm fucking starving, dude. Stomach is growling. Definitely hit. Oh, we're at 200. Interesting. Okay. I was like, why can't I plant anymore? I think, okay, so these have a crop cap of 200, which is interesting, to say the least. I haven't hit crop cap here yet. I don't know if I can hit crop cap in this one. I think the size of it is just off by a very, very, very small amount of pixels to be able to actually hit crop cap here. I hate that these things like zigzag a little left and a little right depending on which pixel you land on. So not only do you have to worry about pixels up and down, you have to worry about it pixeling left and right, throwing off your. See, that's like going to the right a little bit. It throws off your rows like a pixel or two, which by the time you get to the end, it doing that means that you miss out on an entire row because you're off by like a pixel or something. Like this right here. I can't put this one in unless I go further to the right because the middle one went to the right a little bit. So annoying. So yeah, we might not be able to get 9 rows on this one because these pixels were off a smidgen. Super frustrating. Yeah, I don't know why they're like the pixels are going to the right a little bit and it's pissing me off. Like this one just won't go in. Ugh, it's driving me nuts. Can we get this one? No. They were off by a small little ass pixel, bro. It doesn't help that there's a tick rate in the server, right? And the tick rate is just enough to sometimes when I plant these, they grow one little tick and it throws off the plant for when I place the next one. So I would have been able to place it closer, but since it grew up one tick, it prevents I had to move it further out, so it moves me over another pixel. And it just like I said, the annoyingness of their plant placement is driving me actually insane. Alright. It just makes it so tedious to plant the plants. Because I gotta worry about the tick rate, I gotta worry about did the pixel go to the right a little bit? You know, did I go one pixel too far? Because then I won't be I'll miss out on an extra plant at the bottom. And if I go too far like pixels to the right, then I miss out on an entire row. Like now I'm only gonna get 2 rows, right? I'm not gonna get 3 rows of these because of the pixel difference. It's so frustrating. If they just put them in box lines and allowed them to be completely like linear and straight, and you could see a grid system and whatever, like, and they snapped to each other, it'd be consistent. you wouldn't run into this annoyance. Yeah, look, now I can't put the third row in. Yep, that cucked me this time. All right, and then we just need to put some cucumber in over here. And I don't know what max crops is for the small, but I can only fit 16. Sixteen's all that fits in this pen, so I've never been able to fit it anymore. All right, so we are finally planted, and here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go stand in town for a hot minute. I'm gonna eat my food that's been sitting here this whole time, and then we're going to go and do our token farm. We have a few things to do. We have to grab some stuff out of here to do the tokens. This is taking up a lot of room. I gotta put some stuff away. Like my character is just so fat. It's mostly these fish. Like 8, 5, 5. So that's 10, 28, 34, 40, 45, 50. It's like 50 pounds in fish. And then we got like 30 something pounds in this. So we have like 80 something, almost 90 pounds are just from fishing and doing our crops. Like it's just crazy. Like the seeds don't really weigh a whole lot. These don't weigh a whole lot. Like none of this stuff really weighs a whole lot. So I literally got to get rid of the fish, the worms, the meat. All right, but we're gonna eat really quick. Large and in charge. Let's go. Yeah, so that's the nice thing about investing into a Mage Blood Edge. Is like no matter what build you're on, Mage Blood could work. But yeah, I don't want to beat the league into the ground anymore. But if I want to test something, I want to try something out. It's a good league to do it in. At the end of the day, right? I don't need to farm the mechanics. I don't need to farm more currency. I don't need to do anything crazy. I just buy some stuff, try out a new build, see if I like it or not. So when we go to next league, we have more experience on what we want to play. Not gonna lie, Edge, I took that build and I changed the movement, the actual attack skill, and every attack skill sucked. That build specifically only works for Shield Crash. I don't know why. I will say though, Edge, there is a build, strength stacking build, once again, that I have wanted to try. It's the Kinetic Blast one. Remember I played Kinetic Blast that one league and I really liked it? And I tried it the next league and I really hated it. So I'm thinking, if I tried it with strength stacking and I actually had the items to do the strength stacking version, maybe I'd like it. But you're not wrong, Edge. Flicker for boss killing is insane. Because if you run like Valve Flicker Strike, it's like free flickers. And map clear is ridiculous. Murder machine, really. You know, I feel like when someone names themselves something like that, they're just setting themselves up for failure. Like, unless you're actually like a god tier PvPer, having your name something like that makes people focus you, and you just get shit on all day long. Oh, let's look. So we had 54 fishing over the weekend. We finally got our mining level. Still not where we want to be, obviously. We got chopping level yesterday, doing our token farm. And I think we got a hunting level yesterday, too. Still gotta work on our blacksmith. Oh yeah, we got our farming to 40. That means we get the minus 45 minutes to our harvesting. Not quite enough to really make an impact. But instead of 6 hours, for the fast farms, it's 5 and 15 minutes. So it's okay. Basically means if I get on stream and I actually start on time and I do my farms right away, I could probably harvest them before we get off. The other three plants I won't be able to harvest because they're 2 hours longer, but but today we need to farm more animals. We have a couple, but we really need to farm a lot more. Oh man. I feel like I need 20 of each or something. Alright, food is almost done. It's burning the shit out of my mouth. Holy crap. Alright, we're gonna put that on hold. Alright. So let's start by going to check out the farm animals and the farming. Can I jump? What? Wouldn't let me jump. I want to let me jump. There it goes. We're gonna check out both of these. so we can grab it out of the stash. Then we'll go out and do the other 3. Well, 4. Ooh. Do both of these. Alright. And then we'll get down to the token farm. Then we'll go. I think after that, what we'll do is we're just gonna go run around and look for animales most of the day. Alright. So we need cucumber. 2 stacks. So 32. We need wheat, it looks. 1 stack. Then we need onions. And then we need tomatoes. Oh wait, we need 2 more stacks of these. So what is 3 times 16? 32 and then another 16? I don't know. I'm gonna grab this and then do another 16. I feel like doing the math. 48 sounds better. Alright. 2 stacks of tomatoes. A stack of carrots. And chili peppers. Alright, that's all the farming stuff. You can get rid of that. Oops. Wait, where did... Okay. Cool. That works. And then... Whatever. We need the next one. So it's 1 stack of manure. Uh, 3 stacks of lamb. So 48, right? That's why we need more animals. 3 stacks of goat. So we're gonna run out of these real quick. We need 2 stacks of chicken. Today is just a lot of dead stuff. A lot of meats. And then we needed 16 wool. I think that should be everything. Oh no. Oh man. No, easy tokens would be if you actually could use the marketplace. Like you could literally focus on combating and grinding currency and money and stuff every single day. Come over here, buy all your token stuff from the marketplace and turn it all in and just like get your tokens without any effort. You could do the fish and everything without having to do like any effort at all. Alright. So that is all taken care of. Now, I want to run out of inventory space. I almost need to just go up to our base and drop some stuff off and then do what we gotta do. That's probably what we'll do. Okay. So we need to do deer. There's deer here, which is fine. We need tendons, which is wolves. So deer, wolves, peacock feathers, hippos. Don't know what that one is. What hide is that? Oh, cats. Okay. And then I think we need bear, which we're not there yet. We could actually hit bear today. What's this small one? Is that rabbit? Yeah, rabbit. All right, so we got. All right, So we got some rabbit to get, which I think there's rabbit out here, even though it doesn't show them. I know there's out to this side. We need rabbits, wolves, deers, peacocks, hippos, then bears when we get those unlocked, and then the cats in the desert. Um, I don't think the ostrich is the only thing that I can get up here, but not quite where I need it. This is where we would teleport to. I don't think there's anything up here we can get. These are the peacocks. We don't need peacocks. We got turtles, crabs, peacocks. Yeah, so there's nothing on the way to our base. Kind of hoping we could hit. Here. Okay, so we're just gonna teleport up there, and then we'll come back and do everything we gotta do. I just need to get. I need to make room because if I don't make room, I'm just gonna get full. So let's go do. Let's go do that really quick. Flag is really bad. Ugh. Oh, Topher. I've been working on my Ruby cards for the last couple days. I've been making some pretty good progress because one of my last regular um clouds, whatever you want to call them, equinoxes, is is the Ruby cards. So I've been working on that a bit. Oh yeah, while we're running, we need. I think we need this. Um, copper, iron. The rest is in the desert. So if we come across iron or copper, we'll pick those up. Nulvas, okay. Oh, another problem with like mod packs. Ugh, bro. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Is that the one that you took forever to get working? Like the last time? Like it was all jacked up and it wasn't working right? Okay. Yeah, I was wondering because I remember there was one mod pack you were working with one game that it took you like a whole day to get to like, or a couple days to like actually fix and make work or some shit. Oh. Okay, yeah, so it was that one. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought you had a problem with it before. I just was, maybe I was recalling the wrong game or something, I don't know. Alright, so we got all the ores done. Oh yeah, we need lilies today? I think do we need lilies? We do need lily. We need hemp. Um, we need this. So we need lily, hemp, and oh god. All right, so I guess we'll just start grabbing this stuff while we're running through as well. That's one nice thing about running over to my base first is there's lots of ores. There's lots of like herbs and stuff. One like the one nice thing about having my base out here is like running through gets you a lot of stuff. But at the same time, I don't have to have my base out here to do this. I can just teleport out and I can just run the same direction that I am, and I can just find all the stuff regardless. I know I passed a bunch of lily back there, but I'm not that worried about it. We need hemp and the other flower that I hate farming for because it's hard to see. Like hemp and lilies are really easy. Even the basil, like all three of those are easy. The fourth one is such a pain in the dick. It blends in with the grass so good. I feel like if it was like bushier or taller, it would fix the problem. It makes me not want to sprint because if I sprint, my eyes are already like glancing around really, really fast. Looking for this one flower that I can never fucking find. And if I would have known I needed it, I would have been looking around the obsidians more. Yeah. Yo, what up, mate? Oh my god, that would be the worst, Topher. Jesus. Especially if you like, let's say you're playing for like 2-3 hours or whatever, and then you just died and lost 2 or 3 hours worth of progress. Oh, I mean that's like playing hardcore. Don't get me wrong, in like a lot of games, and a lot of people like that shit. But bro, if you're going in without the mentality of playing hardcore and then you die, that is such a gut punch. I've had that happen to me sometimes, and I refuse to play the game again. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's literally 3 hours of progress that you were expecting. Like you weren't playing it as like a one life playthrough. Like you're playing normal, you get into a bad situation, you die, you're like, it is what it is, and then you have to start all over. You're like, okay, I'm done. Wasn't expecting that. If I knew I, couldn't die, I would have played it differently. Stuff like that. Oh god. 320 and 130. Let's go, you two. You guys are fucking balling. Let's go. Oh, so like nerfed them or whatever, so they basically don't do anything anymore. That's some shit. I mean, you are a good like a modder though. You do like to mod your stuff to make it more difficult and change things up and stuff. Gives an extra level of like difficulty slash enjoyment out of the game. Yeah, instead of instant, it's like right like it's over time. Bro, have you ever tried to drink something while fucking full sprinting? Goes everywhere. I would say I tend to lean towards mods that make certain aspects harder but simplify other actions. Like when it comes to Minecraft, like simplifying like tedious actions of like storage systems and organization and automating like farms and stuff like that. I lean towards those as per mods, but the other mods on top of that, I usually lean towards like adding more difficult fights, dungeons, bosses, things that make the game harder, but things that also make my day-to-day normal activities easier. So they're not so tedious. I don't mind them being hard, like to gather the materials. I just don't want to have to tediously tinker with them all day long. I mean, in a server like Hypixel, it makes sense to not have storage systems and stuff like that, right? Because the more mods you add, the more people you have, the bigger things get, the more laggy and more intense the servers become, and like I get it, less is more in those situations. Totally get it. We don't need basil. I forgot. But it's so dreadful to try and play a game where you're storing tons and tons and tons of stuff, and you have to know, okay, these chests are for this, these chests are for this. I got to go over here and do this for this, and like trying to keep track of that stuff is so fucking annoying. Even with like picture books and stuff like that, or picture frames and stuff, it's tedious. I'd rather walk up to one chest and see everything and just not have to think about it and have like a search menu. Just simplifies the whole process and makes things a lot less tedious. Like a single player for WoW. Topher, is that what you're talking about? Yeah, the problem with toning the raids down so a single player could do it is you don't want to tone it down too much, right? Because it wouldn't be fun, right? You just be able to go and shit stomp it. But if you don't want to, you want it hard enough to where you have to put effort in, and you're not gonna win every time if you don't like do like you're not doing enough damage, or if you're standing in the wrong place or whatever. You need to find that happy balance. That's why I wish games, when they make dungeons and raids, I wish they scaled with players. So a single player could go into a dungeon if they're geared enough or experienced enough to actually be able to solo the boss or to solo the dungeons and stuff. But adding a second player doesn't necessarily double the difficulty, but it does raise the difficulty to a point. Um, so so it does get harder the more people you add to it. I know it kind of does that in like now WoW, but you still have to hit a minimum amount of players before it scales. Because I think it was like a minimum you can go in with is like 15 or 20 or whatever. And if you go, you can scale it all the way up to like 40 player raids. So it scales harder and harder with the more players you bring to the raid past the minimum. I thought that there was something like that in the WoW, the more recent WoW version, or at least the one I stopped playing. All right, let's put everything away that we can. We need to move our base today too. That is another thing we do need to get done. So that's something. I need to just get that off of our list, because that is a big pain in the dick. All right, these need to go to town 1. All right, we need to keep this. We need to keep this. We need to keep this. I mean, these all go to the town. Just fine. Need to keep that. These are probably gonna get sold today. Keeping that. These are all part of our turn-ins today. Which we're pretty much done with both of those. We just need hemp now. Done with both of these. And this. Those are all done. We don't have any of these today. Oh, actually we do. We have 2 sets of these. So these will go in here as well. All right, we got to put the fishies away. And scrap these. These just way too much. Oh, look at how much weight we have now. That's insane. Okay, and then we can scrap up these over here. But yeah, we need to take some stuff out of here. We need to go take it to a town, and we need to start feng shuiing our house to be able to move it to the new place. I need to go investigate the new place and see if we actually like it or not. But we don't have a place to put all our fish. We can put some in here. Yeah, that works. All right, that gave us a bit of room. Not as much as we were hoping for. What we can also do is
Would you like a cup of water?
we can see if we can have this.
Thirsty as
Yo,
fuck
what
right
up,
now.
Cole? Been a hot minute. Thanks for the hydrate. Mm. But welcome in, man. Hope your life's been going well. I've been pretty good. Life's been the same old, doing the same old stuff as always. Nothing really changed here for me. But either way, appreciate you chiming in. Hope life's been going well for you as well. All right, let's put this in here. Yeah, so we got a lot of movement to do. So we got to basically empty out everything out of the smelters, everything out of the woodcutters, everything out of these things and stuff. We got to empty out all of our chests, and we got to pick it all up, and we're going to move it. So I think we decided to go to here. No. Here. I think this is where I decided I wanted to go. D8. And I wanted to put my house on this side somewhere. So I'm just really close to my fast travel. Which means we need to probably put all of our stuff into this town here. We could probably split it between 2 towns or 3 towns because there's a lot of stuff. And then we got once we put everything in here, then we'll take everything down from here. We'll start building the house, and then we'll transfer everything over from the city back to the house. That might be what we do today, because this running to our base every single time we need to do something is kind of dog shit. All right, so let's move these up. These are something we got to work on, and these are something we got to work on. But we need to do our hunting first. Nah, man, it's life, man. It's life. Whenever you come back, you come back. When you got free time, you got free time. Like I said, there's no requirements here. There's no expectations. You know, I appreciate it when you guys can show up. I appreciate it when you guys hang out and lurk. I appreciate it when you guys come and talk. Doesn't really matter what you do, when you do it, how you do it. As long as, like, you guys come back, I don't really care. If you don't come back, I get it. I understand. I don't hold that against anybody. There's no grudges. So, like I said, I appreciate what you guys give me when you guys give it to me. And like I said, don't feel bad if you can't. That's life. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, when you're in a situation where it's like you need work, right? Because you need to make a living, right? You need to be able to pay your rent, you need to be able to eat, you need to pay your bills, and then you're working at the same time. Like, at least you have a job while you're looking for a job, so that's already a plus. But like, that's like 2 jobs. It's literally working 2 jobs. Trying to find a job while you have a job is really hard. But it's easier and harder because when you're employed, you look more appetizing to a new employer. Be like, oh, well, if somebody else is letting them, as I'm working for them, then obviously, he's got some potential. So it's like you're more sought after if you have a job. So it helps you get a job, but with the amount of time you have to put into finding a job plus working your job, it is really hard. It's time consuming. So okay, there is that. I mean, I do regret not starting as RF like 1 or 2 of my leagues recently. But I will say I went and played RF those leagues, even though I didn't start as RF. I think what league was it? I don't think it was this league. I think it was the league before. So this league I started as an Orabot intentionally because I was gonna play with my buddy most of the league. But then the league became really fun and enjoyable, so I wanted to actually play solo. So I ended up making an RF character. Um, so that is one thing. um, so I did end up on RF this league, and I really liked it. I got to level 99, almost level. I could probably hit 100 if I tried, but kind of gave up. I kind of should just push for 100 and just say, hey, I've gotten to 100 before. But I think the league before is the league that I didn't play RF. I played like a random build. I think I played like Death's Oath or something else or Chains or something. I don't know what I played, but I played something other than RF. And I didn't make it very far. Like, the league just wasn't very fun. It's funny too. So this league been hella fun. We farmed so much like currency this league. We even bought a mage blood this league. Um, and I tried putting a Desos together, and I'm about to delete the character. It is so bad. It's so bad. Absolutely awful. I like Death's Oath, right? I do. I truly do like the idea of Death's Oath. I like the chaos portion of it. I like not having to turn it on. I like that it doesn't do as much damage as RF to you, but scaling its damage is so dreadful compared to RF. It's literally a scuffed version of RF. And that's why I've always explained it and the way I've always described it, and even what I named my character, because the damage never reaches what RF can get to. Like, I pulled up one build, and one guy was able to scale his Death's Oath all the way up to 3 mil, which is really insane. I hardly ever see him go that high. Um, But like RF is hitting like 20 mil nowadays. So a lot of people that play Death's Oath now, Colt, they play Sylvans. They play block cap Sylvan's Death's Oath, and they usually, to increase their damage for a single target and stuff, they run Storm Burst with Decay on the helmet. They get the Forbidden Shaco and they put level 35 Decay on it, and that's what gives them single target. And that's like the go-to Death's Oath build now. And I fucking hate it. I like the Sylvan's version of it, but it's such a scuffed version of RF. Yeah, it's always worse. And with the change they made to Chieftain this league, RF just feels so much better. I don't know if you like played this league or you looked into any of like the changes or whatever. But they made one single change to the Chieftain and it's a night and day difference. It's so much more consistent and so much more enjoyable. It's so good. That's why I ended up just starting a Righteous Fire this league and just fucking cooked. We ended up segueing into cast on damage taken, even though they nerfed Blood Notch and everything. They nerfed cast on stun, like kind of hard. It's still so strong. Wait, you were under the impression that it did more damage? Which one? The Death's Oath? You were under the impression that Death's Oath did more damage than RF back in the day? I'll definitely tell you that that's never been true, but it's also one of those difficult to visually see because you can't see Death's Oath sheet damage in game. You can only see it via path of building. So the only reason I say it's never been that's never been the case is because Death's Oath is harder to scale. It's always been harder to scale than Righteous Fire because Righteous Fire has more things that I would say more things because I think Death's Oath has more tags that it can benefit from, but the tags that benefit it don't have as high of modifiers, if that makes any sense. Because yes, chaos damage over time multiplier is the same as fire damage over time multiplier, but you can get so much more Ellie damage and so much more fire damage. And if you look at these as buckets, if you have big chunks in multiple buckets versus less buckets with bigger chunks, you get more out of the more buckets than you do the less buckets because they multiply in order, right? Yeah, now you know exactly. That's what I'm saying. Back in the day, like Death's Oath was like chill, right? You would jump into Death's Oath and you'd be crushing shit, and you'd be like, "Yeah, this is fucking great. Feeling good. I'm killing shit." You know what I mean? Like you never really thought too much about it, right? It just worked, and you didn't think anything past that, right? Um, but then once you like actually look at it in POB and you realize, man, I'm only doing 200k damage, and then you like look at an RF and it's doing like 800, you're like, whoa, I didn't see that coming. But I will say, Death's Oath has an uncalculable difference to RF when it comes to damage, and that's because it bypasses energy shield. So if you're fighting bosses that have energy shield regen or energy shield in general, or like they have phases where their energy shield comes back and stuff, Death's Oath has a huge advantage, even if it has less damage, right? Because now you don't have to worry about them generating ES. You don't have to worry about, you know, ES regen or anything like that. You just kind of fuck their life the whole time. So even if it's less damage, it could be faster at killing. So I don't know. There is that as well. Yeah, why don't they make a worse than a skill that's worse than RF, but just like RF? Well, they have that. It's called Death Oath. Yeah. I don't know. I've always wanted to try and get Death Oath to work because the one league that I played it that I was able to get the damage at like 500k, it felt good. Now I could get this league, I could make a character and I could probably get Death Oath up to about 1 million if I tried. But I'd have to play it as an occultist, and if I'm being honest, I would rather not. Nothing wrong with the cultist, but with how strong chieftain is, I'd rather play as a chieftain. Gearing is so much easier. Just having to focus on two stats. Literally stacking fire res and stacking chaos res, and I'm chaos res chaos capped and fire cold and lightning capped with just two stats is really broken and strong. Also stacking max fire res, like running a mage blood and stacking max fire res, giving me max cold and lightning res, also broken as shit. And then the whenever you kill something, it has a chance to explode for 250% of their total life, doing damage to everything around it, is much stronger than any other explosion in the entire game, making it absolutely busted beyond belief compared to maybe an occultist. It might pop more often, but it only pops for like a quarter of their life, which is a much difference in damage, like huge difference in damage. So as long as if you play Chieftain, and since that pop is fire damage, if you have a 100% chance to ignite, when that pops, it ignites everything around it, which can cause a daisy chain explosion effect, which can clear entire screens.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Gotcha games the same. Yeah. So, but what they changed this league cult is the Chieftain's explosion, instead of it being a 5% chance to pop, it's now a 10% chance. And instead of 500% of their life, it's 250% of their life. So they lowered the damage by 50%, but they increased the frequency by 50%. And it's still busted. Absolutely busted. Thanks for the hydrate. So Chieftain is just the GOAT. There's no reason to not play a Chieftain. Like obviously if you want to play a more damaging build, like single like just actual skill damage, you're not relying on explosions for map clear and stuff, obviously play something else. But I like the idea that Chieftains just all of the passes in the Chieftain are strong. Right? The explosion, insane for map clear. It's even insane for boss kills if you get a pop, right? If you don't get a pop, it kind of feels bad. If you have a high damage skill, then it doesn't matter. But the explosions for map clear are bonkers. The all 50% of your fire res counts for cold and lightning, broken. Your max fire res also counts as your max cold and lightning res, also broken. All three of those ascendancies are busted. You can use them on any build across any skill in the entire game, and it's just busted because it allows for you to scale defense so easy with very little effort that you can focus all of your stats into offense, and that explosion fixes any single target skills map clear. So like that, and then you can take a bloodline to give yourself extra damage for your actual build that you're trying to build after that. All right, so we have this. We need more tendons, so we need more wolves. Okay, so let's go find some more wolvies. Yeah, yeah. Well, so we first played it as, oh, we not first, but like you could have played it like back in the day. People played it as occultist. People also played it as elementalist. People also played it as jug a lot. And then when the Inquisitor got changed, it wasn't the Inquisitor. It was it an Inquisitor? Well, it was Templar, but which one was it? I don't want to say it was the Inquisitor. Um, fuck, hold on. Templar, what was it? It was Pious Path. It was this one. Which one is this? What? What's going on here? What? What is this? Why isn't... I'm so confused on what's going on here. It won't let me, like... Huh? What is going on here? I'm so confused on what the fuck is going on here. How about we just put some points in and... I have no idea what the fuck's going on. Okay, I'm giving up. What the fuck is this? It was... What the fuck? Why do they say Hierophant and Guardian? I guess I don't have one saved anymore? What the fuck? That's weird. So it's not a Guardian, it's not a Hierophant, it's the other one. I don't know why I can't think of it. Yeah, it is the Inquisitor. Okay. Yeah, this guy. So, yeah, I played it as the Inquisitor because he had Pious Path. Pious Path was busted. Still is busted. So Pious Path is still an option to play RF. Yeah, I had to pull it up. It was pissing me off. So yeah, it is the Inquisitor. And it was because they had Pious Path. So it basically doubles your life regen, which is busted. But when they added the new Chieftain, Inquisitor kind of became a dead meme. It's not that you can't play it as Inquisitor anymore. It's just the Chieftain's just stronger, right? Because the Inquisitor, it makes it easy to have survivability or life regen, right? Jug is worthless now, yeah. I mean, like I said, Jug and Inquisitor are still an option, but they're just a scuffed version of playing Chieftain, right? Because, like, if you think about it, the Inquisitor, the only thing it gets is Pious Path. Right? The only nice thing it has. Now, it does have the added benefit of, like, things near you have, like, deal less damage, take more damage. So they do have that. But it's not nearly as good as Chieftain, right? Because the only thing that it's giving you is doubling your life regen. So if you get 10% life regen, you now have 20% total regen because it's splitting, it's doubling your life regen to your ES regen. And then you get the timeless jewel that makes 50% of the damage you take bypass energy shield to your HP. So it splits the damage you're taking by 50%. So it increases your survivability significantly because now the damage you're taking is split between two life pools simultaneously while you have double the life regen. So it is a ridiculous survivability aspect, but it's more costly when it comes to gearing because now you need to we need to go do ostrich. Hold on. I think they're up here. Yeah. But now you need to get triple res or quad reses, right? Yeah. But when you play an Inquisitor, you can actually become a god as an Inquisitor. Like, no joke. With the amount of life regen you get and the fact that you can split the damage 50-50 instead of just being all on HP, survivability wise, you can become a god because then you get a life on block, ES on block kind of shield with like high block chance and maybe even running like glancing blows to max out block if you want, or going a Sylvan's shield or something like that. Just getting like really high block chance to block a lot of damage that's incoming is huge for your survivability. And then you get melding of the flesh to compensate for the fact that you want 90-90-90 of all reses. So if you can get melding of the flesh and enough reses on your gear to get 90-90-90 cold fire and lightning with a life on block shield, typically Aegis Aurora is the best way to go when you're doing this build. You run Aegis Aurora, so when you block, percentage of your armor is gained as ES every time you block, and you get block cap from that. And then you max out your cold res and you run Melding of the Flesh, and you get 90 90 90 cold fire lightning with ES on block. And then, like I said, 50% of the damage bypasses energy shield to your HP. But since you always have energy shield, your HP will always be full because you still have huge amounts of life regen. Poor man's ages, yeah. So if you run that on an Inquisitor, your survivability is nuts, but at the expense of how much damage you can do, right? So you don't get popped unless you run the Explodey Flask or you run Legacy of Fury, which typically on an Inquisitor you run Legacy of Fury to get consistent small pops to help you map clear, because if you don't have that, your map clear feels really bad on RF. Chieftain has that built-in explosion, so you don't have to worry about it. So like I said, both builds are really good. It just depends on your personal preference on how you want to play and like gearing wise. Because on a Chieftain, you don't have to worry about running Legacy of Fury or running the Explodey Flask, right? You don't have to worry about gearing your like running Melding of the Flesh and getting huge big dick T1 res rolls and stuff on your gear or anything like that. You have a little bit more versatility when it comes to gearing your gear and getting certain things on there. And then you can run like something approach, can't remember what it's called, but it's the boots that make you take fire damage over time, just like RF does, but it gives you adrenaline and it gives you more damage and movement speed. It makes you zoomy zooms. But the build sacrifices its survivability to gain ridiculous amounts of damage. Like I said, nowadays RF can reach closer to 20 mil damage on a Chieftain versus an Inquisitor. It's probably closer into like the 5 mils, but the survivability is much higher. But once again, you can segue a Chieftain into a cast on stun build instead to increase its survivability, but you're at the expense of his damage once again. So I don't know. You gotta find that happy medium of which one you enjoy, what you're using the character for. If you're using the character for like map clear, just like fast boom explode, just full map clear, Chieftain's probably better. But if you're using it for like things that are heavier in damage output, then you probably want to run an Inquisitor for survivability purposes. So I mean, there's lots of options there. Wait, what did they do? What became unobtainable? Oh, Aegis. Yeah, Aegis was the go-to shield for a while there. It doesn't matter console or not call. Aegis was the go-to. Was definitely 100% the go-to shield for a very long time. We don't need boars. I know. Okay, so that's done. That's done. We need the hippos and we need rabbit because I didn't get enough rabbit. And I need to go and find bears. Let's just run down here. Yeah, we get some more rabbits. And we gotta go get some hippos. But yeah, that was the problem. Is when it came to shields, Aegis was the only good shield for survivability because it gave you a huge amount of ES on block if you had armor, and it had cold res on it, so it worked really well with Melding of the Flesh. Right, Melding of the Flesh made it really really strong. Without those, it just kind of was a meh shield, right? But then they came out with Sylvans, and there's no reason to not run a Sylvans going forward. Yeah, I mean, I got an item worth a mirror this league. I got a large voices of the something. Hold on. I got one of these with one passive because it can roll 7 5, 3, or 1. I got this one. It's literally worth a mirror. I haven't used it yet. No idea what I want to use it for. But my cast on stun build, I can AFK and simulacrums pretty well with it. I was trying to tinker with it this league, tinker with another build, because that's what I was tinkering with Death's Oath for. I was trying to make it tanky enough that I could use that for my sim farm, like my AFK sim farm, instead of Righteous Fire, because Righteous Fire is good and all, but Croesus, since he generates ES pretty regularly, I was hoping that if I switched to a Chaos version, that the ES wouldn't be a problem. Because there's a couple times in Sims that I haven't been able to kill Croesus because I get hit with like a sap and like another debuff, and I don't do enough damage to actually like break his ES to do any HP damage before his ES regens. So it's literally, even after an hour, I can't kill the guy because he still has full HP. So if I was running Chaos, he would have died already because I would have been bypassing the energy shield the whole time. All right, so rabbits are done, tendons are done. We still need to do cats. We can probably do bears and then hit 40. We got hippos to do. Wolves are done. Peacocks are done. Deer are done. We can't do rhinos yet, but we can do hippos and bears. All right. So where would a bear be? We just unlocked bears. I have no idea where they would be. All right, here's what we're going to do first. We're going to go to where a water spot is and do the hippos. I don't want to do them down there. We can do them right here probably, but there's no fast travel near it. We could probably just run there, honestly. There's no hippos there? They're over there, but okay, I don't want to go over there. Okay. Where's another water spot? Alright, here's hippos. Alright. So let's run up here. Right. Fast travel here. Yeah, so that was the plan. Like I was like, I'll do Death Oath, and if I get Death Oath up to 500k damage, then like I said, I needed to get his tankiness to the same value of my RF with about 500k chaos damage, and I think that the build would have been perfectly fine and acceptable. With it had less damage, but it had the potential of like bypassing the energy shield, which would have made it easier. Right, that was the goal. But his survivability was nowhere near the same. It felt really bad, and his damage was only 1k or 100k. So it just got fucked. So I just said, fuck this. I'm just gonna delete this character. Well, what's funny is here's what I found really interesting is I POB theory crafted a Death Oath, right? Now I'll pull it up for you. That's tinkering, right? Having some fun the other day. If it ever opens. And it's literally called Death's Cast on Stun Maybe. Right? Playing it as a chieftain, awkwardly enough, right? But if you look at this, my Death's aura says 333,000, basically. Total DPS 1.6 million when it calculates in the cast on stun for my Essence Drain and my Soul Rend, right? So this would have been perfectly fine and dandy to AFK in a sim, damage-wise. But the survivability, even though it says 611,000 effective hit pull, he just pops. He gets hit with something and just dies. He doesn't heal nearly as much. And the main reason why is because he's not running Petrified Blood. And the reason I'm not running Petrified Blood is because he doesn't have a lot of HP. See, with my current character, my RF character cast on stun, I have 9,000 total life. So when I switched to Petrified Blood, I still have like 4,500 HP, 4,800 HP. So I don't really ever die on my RF character because he has
4,500 HP, plus death, plus petrified blood, plus all the regen, plus the same items this guy has. He has the blood notch. He has the what's that amulet called? Defiance of Destiny. Damage recouped his life. Blah blah blah. His all the same things, but he has effectively 1,000 more total HP and petrified blood. This guy doesn't have petrified blood and still only has 3,700 HP. And then I pulled up my character that I had made and I kind of added in these items to kind of effectively see like, hey, is this standing on par with where it should be or whatever? And it's only getting up to 100,000 HP damage. And I'm like, bro, I'm 200,000 damage shy of what I theory crafted, even though I put my theory craft on this character. It doesn't make any sense. So I just gave up on the character. Yeah. So I mean, like, that was my problem. Is like if I could have got the damage up to 1.6 mil on the Death's Oath, but it also been tanky enough to compare with the Righteous Fire, it'd have been a good alternative for stem farming. So it's fine. Like, now my only other option is to try and increase the damage of my RF because I can sim farm. I can actually AFK sim farm pretty well on it, but there's an occasional time that I run into a Croesus that is just really hard to kill. Where I just need a little extra oomph and damage. It's just kind of a pain in the ass, honestly. But that's fine. I mean, my Cast on Stun RF is probably just gonna be my go-to league start. And then I've been working on testing out boss killers. So we tried like I think next league we're gonna try some boss killers. So we're either gonna try a Cyclone Impale build next league. We're gonna try a couple strength stackers next league. See if we could find something that we like just for boss killing. So we can do like Uber bosses, maybe some Mavens and stuff like that. Stuff I've never actually been able to get into and do because I never had a boss killer. So that was kind of like my thought process for next league. Just start off as my RF, fucking hella mega farm divs like early, and then just build a couple boss killers and just test them out. Bro, yeah, the amount of currency you need to gear a fucking RF character to get to T16s is so minimal. It's crazy. Now, I would say the most expensive part about gearing a RF character to get him into T16 maps comfortably is a 6-linked Cloak of Flame. Without the 6-link Cloak of Flame, I would say T16s are rough because you just die too often. All right, now we got to find a bear, and I got to go to the bathroom. So here's the thing. We're going to come up here for a minute. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to go find a bear. I'll be right back. Give me just a minute. All right, I'm back. Oh, also, oh, what up, Dig? I don't know if I said hi to you earlier when you came in. Just don't find a bear in the bathroom. Yeah, that would be a bad idea. Oh, Paul, there was another thing I was gonna tell you about when it for PoE. I mean, minus the tabula, yeah. The tabula is just nowadays T16. You get slapped way too hard with fizz damage to survive without armor. So that's the only reason why. So I don't know if you played last league, but they introduced, though they reintroduced, I should say, um, Breach. They redid Breach completely, which introduced Foulborn versions of items. Basically, it's the same items that drop, but it modifies one of the stats into a different modifier. So with that in mind, there's certain items in the game that have busted new modifiers, right? So take Death Oath, for example. Yeah. So take Death Oath, for example. So Death Oath originally, here, I'll just pull it up for you so it makes sense. Right? So the original Death's Oath is, Death's Oath, all attributes, attack speed, armor, life, damage leeches life, and take damage, blah, blah, blah. But the Foulborn version, it changes attack speed into increase effective withered. Right? So you no longer have increased attack speed on this, but instead you'll have increased effective wither. So being Death's Oath, doing chaos damage, and you're stacking wither stacks anyway, having a 40% increase effect of your wither is huge for damage, right? So they did this with tons of abilities, or tons of items. Now there's one, I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. Let me pull it up really quick. I tried to do a build using it, which is what a lot of people were doing, right? See if I can find it. This thing. Okay. So Wrath Pit. Okay, so the Wrath Pit Globe, kind of a new item. Yeah, Cultist is kind of chill. So this item itself, it's got spell block on it, it's got increased ES, it's got increased life, which is a huge modifier for us. But it sacrifices 10% of your life when you use or trigger a spell skill. So cast on stun, cast on damage taken, auto, you use it yourself and like manual cast or whatever. Every time you use a spell, it sacrifices 10% of your life. So this is a huge cuck. But if you don't use spells, this is where it comes into like huge play, right? Because increases spell crit per 100 life, increases spell damage per 100 life. So what people are doing right now is they're hella HP stacking, like 25,000 HP, right? And they're using attack skills. So they use the Foulborn version usually, but look at this. Righteous Fire. 35 million damage Righteous Fire with 25,000 HP. This is what people are doing right now. So you run the Wrath Pit, but with a Foulborn version. So instead of getting increased crit damage per 100 life, you now get deal 5% damage over time per 100 life. So this is what I was talking about before, where you have multiple buckets of damage sources that multiply in different orders. So just because this is damage over time and not a multiplier, this is actually stronger than almost anything else you can get in the game. Then you combo that with the Nebulous, which gives you roughly 450% elemental damage. So since elemental damage and damage over time, they are both additive, but they're two different buckets. They multiply in different orders. These multiply each other, which makes it ridiculous. So you basically run a huge life ring with like 100 HP on these 3 pieces. You run a Mage Blood for your survivability. You run a huge big dick Combs Heart with both of these, and you basically, oh, and the Adorn, so you can get some more total HP and stuff like that. And you hit like 25,000 HP with ridiculous damage numbers. So like I said, as long as you're not casting or triggering a spell skill, you don't sacrifice the life. But what other people are doing with this, which is what I was trying to do, and I was going to use it with my cast on stun build, and I kind of did, but I realized that cast on stun triggers spells, so every time I get stunned, I would sacrifice 10% life and it would kill me. So I decided to not use the shield, but I did use the Combs chest to juice my HP up, and I did use a couple other options. But I was trying to do what other people were doing, because there's a new axe as well. It is called the Gray Wind, I think. This thing's nuts. Yeah, the Combs Heart is ridiculous. So look at this Gray Wind axe. Okay, so I was trying to do a retaliation build with it. So I was still doing the cast on stun kind of thing, but not really. It was more or less I was standing there with RF waiting to get hit and to block the hit. So I was stacking block instead of stun. And every time I would block, I don't know, like every 3 seconds basically, I'd be able to use my retaliation skill. So I'd be able to use like Crushing Fist or something like that. I'm trying to find one for you to show you, but I'm not seeing any for right now. I don't know why. It's like in order to do the Grays, you usually go apostate to go with it. Anyway, I can't find it right now, but the long story short, basically I was doing a retaliation build. And the idea was I would AFK and just hold right click. So every time I'd block my... Where? Oh, I was looking for bears. So every time I'd block, I would just be like sitting there chilling. I'd get a block and I would drop my retaliation on the mob and it would just do a big, massive hit, causing a massive ignite and just burn them to death rather than relying upon explosions from the penance mark, which was the big downside to my cast on stun is all the damage comes from the explosions from Chieftain, which isn't a big deal, but it causes a problem because if I don't get explosions, I do no damage. So I was trying to solve that problem by maybe adding in retaliation using that axe, right? PoE Gray Wind. I didn't actually show you the weapon. So the Gray Wind, it gives increased fire damage, right? So instead of running the Nebulous, you run this. So you get the increased fire damage, attacks with this weapon, add fire damage equal to a percentage of the player's life. So this gives any attack that you have a ridiculous amount of added fire damage to any skill. It's kind of like the replica Aberranth's Warpath boots, where it's like per X amount of life gain 1 to 80 chaos res to attacks, right? It's kind of the same method where it doesn't matter what your weapon damage is because this gives you all the damage you need for the skill. But then for each stack of rage, you get fire multi over time. And then nearby enemies have exposure when you have max rage, and then you get max rage here. So having that huge like rage pool, so generating rage, and then having the fire damage over time multiplier, having 100% chance to ignite, and then huge fire damage from your retaliation skill, people were hitting hundreds of millions, almost 1 billion damage with this skill. And it's just ridiculous. So I was trying to segue my cast on stun into a block version with retaliation, and I just couldn't get it to work. It felt awful. Not gonna lie, it felt terrible because what was happening is I was getting hit so much and I was blocking so often that it would interrupt my retaliation skill and I would do no damage. Literally, it would like brick out the attack and the attack would literally not do a single point of damage. So there was that, and then when it would hit kind of hard, but I also feel like, okay, so there's bears up here, up here. Is there a fast travel up here? There is. Okay, so we can fast travel to here and then run up. Okay, this works. Found some bears. So that was like I said, I've been tankering all league because this league was the first league I was able to actually farm hell amounts of currency. I was like just speed running. I got to level 99, like I said. So it's just like we've been having a lot of fun this league. This league has been actually kind of cracked out of its mind. And the stuff that they've been changing, the stuff they've been adding has just been wild and so much fun. But I've been trying to find a way to juice the cast on stun build to a higher single target level, because the only thing that gives that build huge single target potential is explosions. And specifically, you have to run the penance mark, the hateful accuser ring, in order to actually hit those numbers. Because when you're on a single target boss that doesn't have ads, or you don't get lucky and get an explosion from the ads that are there, then you're just sitting there on a boss doing 2 to 500,000 HP per second, or damage per second, with your RF just looking at the boss, occasionally hitting him with like unearth slash detonate dead, which is very little damage. Again, does apply a small ignite, but it's not a lot of damage. So in order to actually get some damage, you need the penance mark, which then spawns 3 phantasms based off of the mob that's, mob's HP that, spawn them. So then you have to kill the phantasm and hope that it explodes close enough to the boss to actually apply an ignite to actually do some damage. And that is where the pitfall of the build actually comes from, where it could be good. If you get a pop, it's great. If you get no pops, it's bad. And then you're just sitting there twiddling your thumbs waiting for the guy to kill. And that's where I run into my Croesus problem. When I was trying to solve the Croesus problem by getting more reliable, consistent, big hits for big ignite, and I can't find a way to actually accomplish this goal. Now, if I could find a way for the Wrathpith shield to not sacrifice my life every time I cast a spell, I could probably fix the problem. Because the Wrathpith would give me so much extra damage just to my RF alone that I'd be able to kill the thingies, the clones or the phantasms or whatever, with just the RF, not even needing the explosions, that it might work. So maybe that's what I try to do. I try and go for the build I showed you before, where RF was doing like 35 million damage. Instead of doing cast on stun, I still do like the stun variation, where every time I get stunned I healed from the blood notch for my survivability and everything. But instead of having like a bunch of explosions happening and like spawning a bunch of like unearthed and detonate deads and stuff like that, maybe I just don't have any fucking skill at all, and I just let the RF do all the fucking damage and just penance mark the boss, Croesus, and just let my aura, like my RF itself, just do all the kills. Maybe that would be a better option. Like, that actually kind of interests me a little bit, to maybe just drop the cast on stun abilities and kind of just chill with like literally no active skills, which I'd be okay with. I don't know what I would put in place of those though, because then I'd have a bunch of open slots that is doing nothing, right? Because if I'm not casting any skills, because I want to run that shield, right? Because right now I'm running a Rise of the Phoenix still, like, not even exaggerating, Colt. I'm still running a Rise of the Phoenix at level 99 with a Mage Blood and like a Comb's Heart and like a really good fucking weapon. Like, I have a lot of money in my character. I'm still running a Rise of the Phoenix. It's so unnecessary. But I don't know. I need to find something better. Like I said, maybe the Wrathpith would be worth it if I can if, as long as I just don't use spells. If I don't use spells and I use the Wrathpith, I get so much extra damage. It might be worth it. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking that would be a good option. But I'd have to also get I'd have to swap my whole tree around to make it work. Bedtime for you, have an idea, we'll try a letter. Sounds good, Edge. Yeah, I'm thinking I might try that this league, Edge. I might farm some currency, I might get the Wrathpith shield and like an 88% Adorns, and I might switch my tree around a little bit with the voices, and we might see if we could get my RF to hit like 10 mil or 20 mil or 30 mil. Try and like mimic somebody else's build. Because if that is a thing where I could hit those numbers, we could in theory just fucking not use skills at all. Literally don't use any skills and just fucking walk around and just let RF do all the damage. All right, so we need to find jackals. There's none here. I know where some are, but I'm trying to discover the map at the same time. I want to like run in areas that I've never been before to discover the. Oh yeah, there's some up here. Okay, so I've already discovered that, but it's in an area where I'm gonna be anyway. Okay, let's teleport to here. We'll run over to those, and then we'll explore some more of the desert. We're trying to 100% explore the desert. Oh man, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. But yeah, that gets me thinking like maybe I can make the Wrath Pith work. Just don't have any skills. Like just don't use spells, and I'll be good. Like as long as I don't use Frostblink, I won't sacrifice HP. And if I'm using Frostblink, I'm only using it to go up and down like terrain. Um, like in a very niche small situation. Let's just run east. Gonna run east. That I happen to like auto run it. But yeah, maybe I'll do that. That sounds interesting. Because like I said, what I want to do is I want to farm Life Force, and I also want to AFK Sims. So it depends on what I'm doing. If I'm working, I want to AFK in Sims or AFK in Nightmare Maps. But if I'm actively playing, I want to be able to do like Life Force farms. Because it's more active. It causes me to actually zone into multiple maps, like really fast speed run. I have to actively be playing. But if I'm like AFKing, if I'm like working and I'm doing work stuff and just chilling out, I can go into a sim, I can start a map and stand there. And then I can do my work stuff and then come back to it in a little while, right? Like that's kind of the idea for that. Or I can like run to a nightmare boss and I can AFK the nightmare boss for like 30 seconds to a minute or two, because sometimes those bosses take a while with all the phases and stuff. All right, we need gold. Actually, I don't think we need gold. I think we need sulfur. Yeah, I think sulfur is what we need. We need 3 stacks of that, which I think we're almost done already. Yeah, I think we'll be done after this guy. Then we need, looks like 1 set of cobalt as well. But if you're already gone, Edge, I appreciate you, man. Sorry I didn't say as much as I wanted to, but I appreciate you. I'll talk to you later. And yeah, sleep well. Appreciate the raid. Appreciate you coming and hanging out. Yeah, if you want to chat, just Discord, man. Not always. Doing a quick lab. All right, sounds good. Well, while I have you, I know you're doing a quick lab. I don't want to keep you. Do you think that would be a viable swap for me? Like keeping what I have, but dropping the cast on stun to the 2 cast on stuns that I'm using for just no skills at all, just juicing the RF damage like I showed just a second ago with that guy doing 35 million RF damage using the shield. Like obviously, like I said, it's gonna require like an Adorns and some corrupted blue gems and jewels and stuff, and like so it's gonna cost a lot of money. But if my RF is doing like 20 mil, yeah, the Wrathpith Falborn version, the one that costs like 100 mil or like 100 divines, a really expensive shield. Like yeah, it's expensive. But remember I was talking about doing it before, but we ran into the problem that my cast on stun would kill me, so I never actually tried it. But what if I just didn't do cast on stun? What if I just removed the spells altogether and just focused on the RF damage only? Right? So instead of scaling the damage of the spells, I'm scaling the damage of my RF itself. Just making it ridiculous. Griddle? I've never heard of it. Yeah, so I'm wondering if that would be a decent segue, Edge, where you start off as like traditional cast on stun to start farming some money, and then you segue into the Falborn Wrath Pith to just juice the RF only, and then your RF just it's like 10 times the amount of damage, and you're only using RF instead of using cast on stun skills and stuff. Because like I said, the cast on stun is more or less just to kill the phantasms, to proc the explosions from the ascendancy, and that's really what the damage comes from with the cast on stun. But if I'm not relying on the cast on stuns to kill those, I'm relying on the RF that's doing 10 times more than what the cast on stuns would be doing. I feel like they'll die more regularly, and then I'll just have more consistent damage on the boss as well, on top of the explosions happening. It might just be a better solution. Like I said, the shield just gives. Obviously, I need to have HP, right? Per 100 life, you get more fire damage over time, or whatever, or more damage over time. And then having the nebulous, juicing it out even further. Obviously, only hitting 9,000 life isn't enough to really make a dent, which is where I would need to run the adorns and the jewels. So I don't know, maybe we try it. I mean, like I said, I'm kind of done with the league, but I'm also down to tinker with my RF. Like, because that's not me starting another character or anything. That's just me still tinkering with the RF. Because if I could figure the RF out to a ridiculous level like that, I know what I'm shooting for next league, and I know it would just fucking crush. Yeah, at that point, it's just tinkering with what I already have, and I'm not opposed to that. Because I still do die occasionally on my cast on stun. And I don't want to say it's because I'm lacking survivability. I think it's honestly lack of damage. Because I'll get too many mobs beating on me simultaneously, and then they all like simultaneously hit me and insta-give me. And that happens every once in a while, but if I had more damage, the amount of mobs wouldn't stack so high, possibly. Because typically when I am dying, I'm dying when I'm doing the life force thing. And the life force, like there's so many mobs that spawn simultaneously. If I can't kill them fast enough, typically I think that's what gets me killed every once in a while. Because the mobs are hitting me, plus the extra abilities and stuff. Yeah, exactly. If you had more damage, you wouldn't have died. So, I want to try it. And I'm okay with like not having 35 million damage, right? Because I think I'll focus more on increased area of effect. Like, because a lot of them are using conk effect to increase the damage even more, but it lowers the area of effect. I think I would rather focus on having a really big aura to cover the whole screen, and have, instead of 30 million damage, have 15 million damage, but be able to cover the whole screen. So any phantasm that spawns will be inside my circle, no matter where I'm standing. And even the range mobs will be, even though if they're really far away, they'll still be inside my circle. I think that's kind of what I want to lean towards. All right, so let's double check what we got here. Okay, so we got the deer, we got the feather, we got the tendons, we got the wolves, we got the hippos, we got the cats, we got the bears, we got the rabbit. So those are all done. Okay, we got up here we have the silver. We're working on these. We don't need silver this time, so this will go down here. So we need more of these. We got the sulfurs done. We got the obsidian. We got the copper. We got the iron, and we got the cobalt. So we're pretty much done here, other than we need more of these, which I'll have to farm those later. So those are done, and then we need the plant. All right. So we needed more hemp, which we never got. We'll have to go back for hemp, which isn't a big deal. These are done. We need these. Okay, so we have that. We have that. We have this. That. That. Okay, so we're left with these. We need that, this, and that. Okay, so we basically need 2 basic flowers, and we need spark, hemp. I think these are dew, and daisy. Double check. So we need. Okay, we need the sparks for this. We need the daisies for this. We need to get 1 rose for these. We need 1 dream for these. And then we need dews for this. Alright, so let's flower hunt. This is where we're gonna explore the desert. So we're gonna go straight south and explore the desert while we look for herbs. And then we'll pretty much be done with our token farm for the day. Yeah, what's Griddle Dig? Did you want to post that to me so I could look at it? Or like do you not think it's my cup of tea? Especially if it's free. If it's free, it's more up my alley, obviously. Or if it's like $1. $6? Yeah, it's borderline possible, depending on what it looks like. Like I feel like any game that's like roughly around $5 or less, I think like I can swing like $6 if it looks good. If it doesn't look really good, then $6 is a little much of a stretch for me, but $5 and under is kind of like my price point where I'm willing to give like a game a shot. But if it looks really good, $6 is down for. Even all with like I would say if a game looks really good and it really catches my interest, I'm willing to pay up to like $10 for a game. All right, so we need 1 rose. Then we need daisy, sparks, and dew. Then Discord. All right, thanks. I'll take a look at it. I think I've seen this. So yeah, it's like an idle game. You set up your characters in a specific order, and then you have like the passive tree to upgrade and stuff. And then once you get them going and they're auto like farming, kind of like your AFK guys. Yeah, I can see like yeah, you have other like Tetris and stuff like that for other mini games. Interesting. Arrow shooting. Doesn't look too terrible. Yeah, so it's kind of like I wouldn't say an idle-on, but yeah, an idle game to a point. Not too terrible. That looks kind of cool. For $6 though, I might not buy it. If it was under 5, I'd probably buy it. Like it looks cool, but it's not interesting enough without like more digging, more looking into it. All right, so we're missing. Okay, this one. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're gonna have to get a little bit further into the game to really see if it has everything you want, kind of thing, and if it's worth playing. Because like, there's a lot of games I've played that were like they looked good, they looked interesting, but then I started playing them and I was like, yeah, that's a lot more boring than it looked, and then I just lost all interest in it, And then other games they look really boring, but then when you play, you're like, damn, this is fun as fuck, right? Do you pick the hard one? Let's go! Bling bags in the gym shop? Oh, okay, nice. Congrats. You got T30 or T30 sushi? Nice. I think I hit 34 or 35 yesterday. I haven't really been tinkering with it too much. All right. So we need 2 more dew procs. Sparks. I still need 1. We need a lot of daisies. Yeah, we need 1 more or 2 more rocks. 1 more Duproc. Come on, 1 more Duproc. So we don't have to get dews anymore. All right, dews are done. We need 1 spark and a bunch of daisies. And then we still need to move our house and work on animals today. Spark there and a daisy next to it. Let's get this. All right, we're almost done with daisies too. Give us a spark. Come on, spark proc. All right, spark proc done. Now we just need daisies. We got another spark proc too. Give us the daisy procs. 1 more daisy proc. 1 more daisy proc. God dang it. Yeah, so that a lot of games I've noticed that like the starting portion is like ridiculously hard. Like it's crazy hard. You're just like sitting there like fucking twiddling your thumbs basically, just like struggle bussing for so long. Like this wouldn't be a bad area to start either. Right next to the fast travel. I'm just trying to find a place next to a fast travel, basically. That's what we're trying to do. And it doesn't have to be in the desert. Like honestly, it's just that's the first place I've found that's like near a fast travel or a town that has space. Like this place, no space, right? Um no space. Like there's some space, but I don't want to fight for space so much, right? Like I said, I don't mind if I have to teleport to a town, like something like this, and then run in. But I want it to be somewhat flat and near fast travel. Like that's like the combo. I want it near a fast travel and a flat spot. I'm trying to find both. Like I don't have a lot of area uncovered, so there might be other ones that I could. Maybe pull up the interactive map and we look. Because I don't have all of them open. It's just the first one I found was this. This one looked promising. It's like it's close to here, so I can get a lot of trees. There's a lot of like rocks to hit. There's not a lot of like animals to deal with, which is fine. I don't really mind. I don't really need to farm while I'm near my stuff, but it just looks relatively flat. So we'll experience that later. But I think the next thing we're going to do after we turn all these in is we're going to go and move our house. That needs to happen today because I need to re-level it. And I need to make the platform. I need to get all my storage bins in place. Oh, I need to organize my storage. All that stuff just needs to happen. I need to get it all just sorted and done. All right. Let's take care of the tokens and get progressing stuff. So yeah, after we turn these in, I'm gonna pull up the interactive map just to see if there's another spot we can go discover that might be better for what we're trying to do. Still need to get to rhinos. We're getting really close though. Rhinos are 46. We're 6 levels off. We still got mountain lions to unlock in 3 levels. And then 3 levels after that, we got rhinos. And then we have everything unlocked for hunting. But we still got to get to 50 so we can use advanced tools. So 50 is our next goal. Once we get the house changed over. Oh, I need to go do hemp. I forgot. Once we get the house moved and we go and get a bunch of animals. I'm shooting for like 20 of each animal, roughly. Once we have those, I will then probably focus on hunter for a little bit. Try and stack like a bunch of hunting materials in this chest so we don't have to farm it for a while. But try and get to 50. And the goal for that, the reason for that is 2 parts. One, so we can do all the tokens, so we can do rhinos and stuff. 2, so we can use advanced tools once we unlock them. The two-pronged thing there. And then we need to do the same thing with harvesting. We need to force it to 50 and wood chopping to 50. So once we have all 3 to 50, then it's just about getting our mining to 72, I think, or 70. So we can do all the mining aspects as well. All right. How's our hemp looking? We're at 10 out of 16. Flag spike. Hemp. Hemp. Where are you, hemp? Where are you, hemp? Hemp. Just want to touch you a little bit. Just a little bit. A little touchy touchy. Oh, I forgot about the hemp. Oh, here we go. Yeah. I'm talking about. Is it found near iron? Typically? Yeah, I noticed that with a lot of like incremental games that dig is the starting is so difficult sometimes. Like once you get past like the first like area or two, it becomes a lot more like progressional. But it's like that initial start is such a drag. Ooh, a chicken. Yeah, and you went with a harder version. Yeah. So I'm wondering if it's gonna be hard the whole way through though. Like the progression is just gonna be super like the start is super slow, but it get like the progression might be even slower because of how hard the progression is gonna be. I'm wondering if that's gonna be a thing. If that's a thing, I mean I'm not opposed to something like that either, Dig. Like I don't like a game that is too easy, but I don't like a game that's like you see no progress. But if they hit that fine line between like it not being really easy, but it actually see progression, then I would be interested in that, right? Because like Melvor for me, I played on like the adventure mode, which you had to actually unlock each skill individually using gold, and you couldn't level it past your combat level. Like it was difficult. It was actually hard, and I enjoyed it, but it came to a point where it was like too easy as I like progressed more and more, and it just got boring. I'm gonna let the dog out really quick, and then we'll get back into this. Give me just a second. Ugh. Yeah, so I'm wondering if the progression's actually going to be difficult all the way through. That's pretty cool. Because like if it gets too easy after you progress a little bit, then like, oh, well, what was the point? It was just hard at the start. Now it's boring. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, healing mobs early levels is really hard. I'll definitely attest to that. Any other game I've ever played in, that's always been one of the struggle bus ones. Either ones that heal or ones that resurrect fallen mobs or something. Or not, maybe not fallen mobs, but like spawn mobs every so often. Those are the two mobs that are such a pain in the dick early levels for any game I've ever played. All right, so we need 2 stacks of stones. So we'll grab the 32 stones really quick. We'll top everything else off. We'll go get the wood chopping done, and then we'll work on moving the house. All right, so these are full. These need to go in. These are Why didn't these go in? Some of this isn't going in, and I don't know why. It said fill from inventory. Like, why is okay? Okay, we can salvage that down. Garden Queen. I don't. I'm just gonna anything that starts its own stack will sell basically. I know those start their own stacks. These need to be. I had somebody. Oh, because I killed mobs. Forgot. Okay. These need to go back to base. This needs to go to town 1. These need to get sold, and then we needed 32. I don't feel like coming back. So. All right, so let's put these back, and we'll go and do some chopping. So it was I think we had 8. So 32 minus 160, like 130. So we need like 130. Greenwood, whatever. And then we're gonna sell all this because we don't need it. I need roughly 130 of these. Oh, and then we'll get to move in the house. It's gonna be fun. Loads and loads of fun. Yeah, yeah, just let me know how you like it. Yeah, mate. Have you finished your Ruby card farm in Eidolon yet? I've been working on my Ruby card farm recently. Like I haven't been going for like 6-star, but I'm working on the 5 stars. Like I have a bunch of 6 stars, but I'm not focusing specifically on 6 stars. I'm focusing on 5-starring right now. So I got my V-Man backtracking all professions, all skills, and then I got my active guy, my Divine Knight. He's pushing mobs. Yeah. So I'm working on the cloud right now. That's why I was asking. I started working on the 100 Ruby card cloud. I think I'm at like 90 out of 100 now. I'm working on that. Yeah, Dig. I would say obviously you have a lot of stuff on your plate right now, but card farming, specific cards at minimum, is worth it. Because obviously each tier you go up on the card gives you better benefits. So card farming, your cards used for prints, worth it. Card farming for drop rate, worth it. Card farming for damage or multi-kill, worth it. All stats, worth it. Those types of cards to farm first would be worth it. Everything past that is just for completion statuses and stuff. Because like completing all like not completing but like leveling up a lot of your easy cards to get the card set level ups is worth it as well for certain aspects, you know, skill, efficiency, AFK gains and stuff like that, drop rate, damage ones. Like farming those ones up is worth getting those card sets leveled up as well. Like all those individual things, but the cards are just like an additive on top of everything. It is really useful. It can be used for every character for multiple different aspects. Definitely worth it. Oh, gesture TD is where, yeah, the only one I'm missing for regular clouds is cards, which I'm almost done with. So that's coming along pretty nicely. Lots of cards. Yeah, I like the card farm AFK personally, dig. One recommendation I would give you is with your V-Man, aka Journeyman or Maestro. Let him do the let him AFK on the different ores and the different like skill cards specifically, because he needs to be the highest level skiller of everybody on your team. So let him, since he's bad at combat anyway, relatively, just put him on skilling cards and just kind of like move him as the cards max out. So once you get to 4-star cards, move him, to the next one to 4-star, move him to the next one to 4-star, and just keep moving him from one to the other, upgrading his skills, upgrading his tools, just letting him do his thing. If you want to try to min max it a little bit, at the start of every day when you get your guaranteed crystal spawns, let him get the crystal kills. And in World 2, the islands that you can get to on World 2 dock on the far side, there's a crystal island. If you unlock the crystal island and you bring him there once a week to kill all the crystals, basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to work on his crystal countdown so he can level up his skills faster as well. That's kind of a min-maxy thing. But that would be one of my recommendations, since he kind of sucks at killing anyway, but he's really good at skilling. So he can get a lot of skilling cards really easy for you. And that way, as long as he stays the highest skiller, everybody else gets a bonus from him. So that would be one of my recommendations. Yeah. The twine. Yeah, you're lucky because, I mean, I was lucky too, but the gold twine is like 10 times less than it used to be. You used to need so much golden twine to make the troll armor. It was ridiculous. But yeah, that's a huge milestone. If you can get troll armor on all 10 of your characters, that's a huge like milestone for you to hit. That plus all World 5 tools is a huge milestone as well. So if you get full troll armor with like magma weapons, like World 5 weapons and World 5 tools, your character will be sitting really good. Like all 10 of them will be sitting really solid. Obviously, at a certain point, you want to upgrade all the way to Marby gear. That's the next like huge milestone, I would say, because Marby gear is what gives a lot of like it's used in a lot of prints. So if you want to just chill most of your characters on Marby gear, except for like your hardcore like combaters, pushing them all the way to like the newest high tier armors, I would say that would be best, just because Marby gear is really good for printing. So that way you don't have to change out your gear for most of your prints. Yeah. Because the diabolical armor set is only good for the armory bonus. I would say its stats itself is bad because it doesn't upgrade past diabolical, and since troll can upgrade past it, it might not be as strong as diabolical right off the bat. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it upgrades past it. It's what goes to magma gear, which then goes to my trees. Oh, okay. Well, we need to go make a tool. Okay. Well, all right. Let's do a quick teleport really quick. We're gonna go drop this off. Then we're gonna go back to our base. Gotta craft a pickaxe or a hatchet, and then we'll come back down or we'll finish our tree chopping up there and then come back down and turn it in. But yeah, that's only downside to that, I would say. Like I said, is it's diabolical. Like I said, just making one set is fine because you need it for your armor. Yeah, cooking clogs could take a little while. Like I said, I just wouldn't make more than one, is all I'm getting at. Making one is fine. Making more than one isn't worth it, in my opinion. Since you can't upgrade past it, kind of thing. All right, so we need to make a hunting knife and another axe. So this, and this. Back to base. Is there anything else here that we can just drop off? I don't think so. Okay. Go back to our hideout, make an X, finish the chopping. We're about halfway done with the chopping. Second character. Oh yeah, that should be a huge upgrade for you. Doubling your damage basically. Now you have 2 people to attack, so the healing mobs won't be as much of a problem. Well, I mean, there'll still be a problem, right? Because, you know, as you go to the different floors, they're going to get stronger. So there'll still be a problem, but not as much of a problem as they were before. Now, level 20. Oh, that reminds me, I need to do my mounts as well. Haven't been that preoccupied with mounting, honestly. I've been doing a little breeding, but it doesn't have a skill level. I don't care that much. I would like to get a purple mount, though. Purple mount would be nice. Obviously, hitting a legendary mount would be ideal. But that's super downwind, so. Oh, man. Ugh. Yeah, like this is my problem. Is like, since you have limited amount of teleports to your town, to your clan place or your house, you get 3. You can stack up to 3 teleports, and then when you use one, it's like a 7-hour timer to get another one. So you basically, in theory, in one day, I could probably teleport 4 times to my base, depending on how long I play. Pretty bad. So that's why I want to be closer to a fast travel. So if I just teleport to fast travel, I can run like 20 feet and I'm at my house. That's what I want. I really want that. So that's what I was saying. I think our goal today is finish our token farm, which we're almost done, and get our house moved. So we can more easily access our house and tinker with it more. If we can get to our house more readily, we'll spend more time around our house farming stuff. Like, I actually like farming up here. There's a lot of rocks, which I don't really care about rocks, but there's like a lot of ores, huge amounts of herbs up here, trees and stuff. So it's like I can always teleport up here anytime I want and just run along this coast and just grab everything I want. I don't have to be doing it around my house, but I do need to level up my house. So that's kind of why I want to get that done, because since we do need to do harvesting, we need to do harvesting to 50, we need to do hunting to 50, and we need log cutting to 50 anyway. Obviously using all that time to level up the house would be an ideal situation. And I do have an idea for our next house. Get that bitch up off the ground, get a platform made, and have as much underground as we can. I have an idea. Saying there's a chance. Alright, we need one of these. I should make one of these 2 while we're at it. Get a little bit of stone. Because that one, mine's almost dead, so might as well just make one while we're here. Doing this. Could have waited to do it, just because we need to move the house soon. Alright. So let's just go get this chopping done real fast. I'm gonna leave Chris. Chris is gonna be here all by himself lonesome. Sorry, Chris. I don't ever see you playing anyway, so fine. You got too much going on. Oh, nice. Yeah. It's just the archer has to be behind the main guy though, right? Because he probably doesn't have as much defense. He just has all the offense. So like positioning of your characters makes a difference, I guess. I'm gonna assume at least. Nice. Yeah, when I saw it, I was looking at it. I was showing a friend of mine, and it looks like it. It looks like an early version of Eidolon with like slightly different graphics, like combat graphics. It literally looks like an early version of Eidolon, which I don't have a problem with. I think that's really nice. Got you. Yeah, there was another one I played. I don't remember what it was called. It was another clone, and I got hard stuck in World 1 because like powering up, getting new gear, and upgrading your gear was so hard. I just could barely progress. Yeah, and that's the thing too, Dig, is Eidolon was like that in the beginning. There was a few like packs or whatever. They gave you a few like benefits here and there, but it was nothing like game breaking, right? Things didn't get out of hand until last year, I want to say, when he started giving packs. They gave armor sets, like cosmetic armor bonuses that gave huge bonuses to the players that had them. Once that started going in, and he was doing them like every 3 months or whatever, then it got even worse. It started going to like every month, and now it's like multiple times a month, and everything is just a huge progression, like pay to win progression. Dragon Hunter idol? That sounds familiar. That might be what I was thinking it was, mate. Because there was one I played that was really cool. It looked really similar to that, and I got stuck in World 1. Did he? Interesting, mate. But yeah, Dick, that was what I was saying, is like the early stages of Eidolon was in the same boat. He didn't have a lot of pay to win. He didn't have like any pay to win really. There was a few odds and ends here and there when I started playing. Like packs wise, there was very few of them, and the packs weren't very impactful. They were beneficial, but not very impactful. And every year it's gotten worse. Now it's just out of hand. Like if you look at a bar graph for like, oh, there was no pay to win, no pay to win, oh, a little bit, a little bit, little bit, a 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 little bit. Oh God, we're way up here now. It's just like fucking. Oh, where'd it go? It's in space. It's gone. Yep, nothing but pay to win. It's just like it just started fucking skyrocketing. More pay to win after more pay to win after more pay to win. The frequency of it went up. The potency of it went up. The quantity of it went up. Like it just, everything about the pay to win just started skyrocketing, and it just got crazy out of hand recently. Yeah, that's what I was saying, mate. It's like it happened before the robes, but that's like the first thing you really saw with pay to win was like right before the robes, and then the robes started coming out, and then the the pet mart kind of thing, you know, with the pets, the gambling with the pets kind of came out, which wasn't real. It was pay to win, but at the same time it wasn't too terrible, because they were really, it was like it was really spread out. It was like, hey, you bought all the pets, you have the pets, but you can also roll them for free. So it wasn't too terrible. But then you started adding so many packs past that. And then it's like, oh, let's add more packs and more frequently. And then let's add more juice to these packs and make these packs even more juicy. And then let's add them even more often and give even more juice to them. And then even more often and even more juice. And then let's add more pets to it to make it even worse. It's like, bro, like the greed started hitting hard. I don't know, if I didn't, if Eidolon wasn't like a single player game that I enjoyed playing, I wouldn't play it still. Like if I had to actually like, if these pay to win players actually impacted my play because I had to fight them for resources or fight them for drops or for grind spots or anything like that, like if there was potential that these players could impact my playability of the game, I would quit the game a long time ago because of the pay to win is just so outrageous. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dig. Like if the pack is just like, hey, buy this pack, get these gems and these consumable items. Sure. Right? Buy this pack and get this pair of wings, these premium pair of wings that you can get an equivalent pair of free-to-play wings from doing XYZ. It's like, you know, you're getting the item for free, basic, or not for free, but you know, without grinding. Like, as long as you can obtain the item that they're buying for real money in the game in some way, shape, or form for free, and then the other stuff from the pack is just like consumable aspects, I have no problems with it. But giving things that are permanent upgrades to the account, making the account overall stronger than a free-to-play account just because you swiped your credit card is just annoying. And I kind of despise it. All right. Let us turn these in. All right, we should be done with all tokens now. Which should allow us to start transferring items from place to place and getting the house moved. Yeah, it's like this pack. You get this and this bonus and this multiplier and this. Oh, that was just $20. Oh, let's do 50 more of these packs where you get each pack gives like 15 fucking perma bonuses to the account. It's like, bro, did you see the screenshot in Discord, Dig, of Giggle's drop rate in the game? He's a whale, obviously. But did you see his drop rate multiplier? It's fucking insane. Yeah, that's Giggle. That's one of the whales that we know isn't a cheater. Yeah, so I mean, I'm at like 400% with every pet in the game, but with no bonus, like with no packs, because you know, Topher gives me like all the pets. Um, I'm sitting at, like I said, I'm personally sitting at 400. I think Mate has more than me. I don't I don't know what the max you can get as a free to play player is. Yeah, you're at 1400. Okay. So I don't know what max free to play can get to right now, but I can promise you it's nowhere near 100,000. You'll probably be lucky if you hit 10k. I highly doubt a free to play player can hit 10k drop rate. Honestly, if I see a free to play player with 10,000 or more drop rate, I'm going to call him a cheater. I would say 5k is a stretch. Because like I said, Mate has every single pet, and his is. That's why I said a stretch, mate. Not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying it's a stretch because it is ridiculous grind in certain aspects to hit that number. Who shot you? Back to stage 4. Jeez, that's crazy. But yeah, man, like I said, I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying I think that's a stretch for most free-to-plays. Yeah, but the average free-to-play player isn't going to hit 5K unless they put a lot of work in. And they focus on the right things, right? But I would say, like, if you're above 5K, you're probably not a true free-to-play. Yeah, exactly. You'd have to have every pet, and you'd have to have a lot of playtime. A lot of playtime. And know what you're doing. You'd have to actually know what you're doing to know how to scale it. You know, how to progress it, how to increase it, how to focus on certain things. But hitting 10K, I don't think it's possible. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, mate. Like, that one player is like an anomaly. Because he actually hits all the breakpoints, right? He knows how to play, he knows how to scale it, he has enough time in the game. He's truly free to play. And he's an anomaly. Not very many free to play players will hit that milestone. It's possible, but not most will not ever hit it. If you bought Auto, not free to play anymore. Okay, I would say still free to play. We call it free to play plus, Dig, but I call it free to play purely just because it yes, you did spend money, but I would call it the box price of the game. Like, personally, I oh, I'm full, that's why. I call the auto loot like free to play plus. I'm just trying to get everything off of these so we can move all the stationary things. All right, so first things first, we're going to move all of whatever I have on me right now. Secondly, we're going to pull up the interactive map and see if we could find a different spot. Like I said, this isn't open yet that I know of. This just opened. I'm trying to find a place near either a town, like this is near a town, this is near fast travel, that looks flat. The problem is I can't see the up and down of the terrain very well. Because like I said, as it stands, this seems to be the best one so far. It's like, this isn't terrible, but like these places don't seem great, and that's further away than what this is. This one, didn't seem like a good place. This is all mountainy, I think. That's all mountainy. This is completely devoid of like anything, but doesn't got a lot of like a quick fast travel to it. This looks mountainy. Yeah, I think it's just that. Why does this one look weird? Interesting. That square is different than the rest. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna be sold on. I think I'm pretty sold on this one. So let us. Yeah, I'm gonna go check it out really quick. It's like a waste of a little bit of money, but it's fine. You could get to 5K with the event, really? I would say there might be a free-to-play player or two in the top 1%. Obviously, pretty fucking rare, for being honest. But it's definitely possible.
because there is so many people that do play and quit. Um, but it would be definitely really hard. All right, this is a little hilly. Not gonna lie. A little hilly. Not a huge fan of the hill. Not a huge fan of the hill, like the ups and downs. But what if we go down here? Yeah, this looks a little flatter. We can make this work. Yeah, I think right here would be good. I think this is a pretty solid spot. Okay, I'm not opposed to this. This looks relatively flat. We can make this work. All right, I'm not opposed to this. Yeah, so we'll put it like right here. It's not as close to the portal as I wanted, but I think it's a pretty flat spot. And we could probably put the guild in over there if we wanted to as well. If we wanted to get really hypey with it. All right, let's go to the town. Drop off all this stuff. We gotta make a lot of weight space. We got a lot of stuff to pull out of that base, man. I think I've been at 25% for a very long time. I don't think I'll ever get to like 10%. Not without actually trying. Where is the storage? Where is the storage? Don't like that it doesn't teleport me right to the storage, dude. So let's see here. I don't care about like all the extra items on me. I care about the heavyweight. Yeah, like this is 15, 15, 50, 27. Like I need to get rid of all the heavy stuff. Down to 50. Um, drop all this off. Like, yeah, these do add up to like 0.7 each. Is relatively light, so I'm not opposed to keeping those on us. No, it's like, okay, so let's go get some more stuff. Here's the biggest problem is like I gotta run back and forth to our fucking village over and over again to grab this stuff. Oh, moving is a pain. Now, technically, I think if I just deleted my thing, it would auto force the stuff into a storage, and I could just teleport to the town over and over again. It'd be easier, probably. Save me some little bit of money or time, I should say. Really gonna go try Maple Story? Have you ever played Maple Story? I'm really sad about Maple Story. I thought it would have been a particularly fun game to like play while I worked. Because I could play it on the controller, you know, I can lounge back in my computer chair and I can just sit there and grind mobs and materials and just have a good time. And it just felt bad. Now, maybe if they revamp the UI and the movement and like the mapping of the keys and stuff, it would be easier for the controller to work. Because the problem is there was an input delay with the controller, and you couldn't do a lot of the jump actions to like clear maps and stuff. It didn't work. And then the fact that you couldn't remap your keys off of the arrow keys made the game just feel terrible. But the biggest problem I had with it was the gear progression made no sense. So I did give it a shot, and it's not a bad game. It's just at first you're playing through the game, you're going through the story, you're going from map to map, and you're making progress, and it makes sense. You're getting better gear, you're upgrading your gear, you're getting stronger and stronger. But then you hit a certain point where you switch from the regular gear grind to like this arcane power gear grind, and it doesn't make any sense on the transition. And then you have to farm to get the starter arcane gear, to then farm another thing to start getting arcane gear upgrades, and that grind didn't make any sense. Like the progressional gear, like acquisition and upgrades, didn't make any sense, and they didn't explain it. They didn't go into detail, or it didn't like segue in very well. It was weird, and I didn't really enjoy it, so I just stopped playing MapleStory. Which that's why I have a random wireless controller and USB fob just sitting around, because now I have no game to use it with. Yeah, I mean, maybe the classic version wouldn't be so terrible as what I tried to play, which is the current version. It just felt bad. It felt terrible. Not gonna lie, it felt absolutely terrible. All right, so all of those are clear. This is 60. So much. Are we already full? Like, why can't I take this out? That's just dumb. I won't take it out because the stack's already full. It's just so stupid. This is gonna be stupid heavy. Holy fuck. Alright, so we have 30 pounds to go. Anything gonna weigh like 30 pounds? Always like 60. I need to find 30 pounds worth of weight. Alright, let's just pick this up. Clear out this. I'm just trying to clear out the stations right now. So once the stations are clear, we can pick them all. Oh my god. Alright, here we go. Alright, now we got 7 pounds of weight to work with. Alright, that's roughly full. Numbers in D3, really? Ugh. Yeah, I mean that was the thing, is like seeing those big numbers, a big like screen of explosion of numbers and just clearing maps. Like that was super enjoyable to watch. Like the fast pacedness of just clearing maps over and over again, dropping mass amounts of loot and gear and just dashing across the screen, just blowing stuff up. Like it looked really appealing. Like I said, the problem I had with it was the gear progression didn't make any sense. And like I feel like classic, before they get into the newer stuff, made sense. I had no problems following that along. I understood it. It made sense. And I had fun playing that. I just wish that I could like remap the buttons, because I didn't want to play with with arrow keys, right? And playing with the controller kind of worked, but it had input delay, and you couldn't do like a jump attack very well. Like certain attack combos wouldn't work with a controller because the input delay. And it wasn't the controller input delay, it was the game taking the inputs from the controller was delayed. Like it literally had like a bottleneck on how many inputs it would take from a controller at a time, which was really stupid. So if they fix that, I think that the classic would be really fun to play again. Because like I said, the gear progression made sense. Doing the bosses, upgrading your gear, getting the better gear, getting stronger and better. As long as it doesn't segue into the new like arcane version of stuff, I feel like it's fine. Because like I said, that's where it lost me.
1 in a million. Yeah, it does. That's why like that kind of farm dig is best to do AFK. Because if you have a lot of AFK gains, you actually get more kills per hour AFKing than you do activating on most mobs or most characters. What are you activating on? Are you activating on a DK or are you activating on a like an ES, or what are you activating with? So don't do ES. So when it comes to what characters to farm on, you only farm on ES if the item you're trying to farm is a mob material. Because the portals pretty much only drop mob materials. It does force spawn mobs, and you do kill a lot of extra mobs through the chain bounce and stuff. But if you are farming anything with like a drop rate, you want to be on DK. I mean, yeah. I mean, the portal kills make sense because you need that for achievement or whatever. But I'm saying if you're trying to farm something that has a drop rate, right? That's not a guaranteed drop like a mob material. You're best off just farming on a DK. Because the orb, as your orb count goes up, your drop rate goes up. So it makes the harder drops more common, and they just the DKs are what's meant to farm rare drops, and ESs are meant to drop mob materials, and then Boobo is meant to just cranium cook. And you also need to do the 1 million orb kills as well. That's another achievement. So I feel like the portal kills are really easy to farm out, honestly. I think the best place to do portal kills, honestly, is some place where you're farming mob materials for either a vial or something, or some sort of alchemy bubble or something, because you know you need a lot of mob materials for that stuff anyway. So it's like, hey, I need a orb kill and I need mob materials. It's the best way to get your orb or to get your portal kill done. Alrighty then. Let's see. What do we have over here? Nothing. What do we have over here? I have so many mats. It's unreal. Like moving my house is not going to be an easy thing. I'm already almost full. I have 30 pounds that I can work with again. Make that 9 pounds. And I still have both of those to work with. I have this to still work with. These. I think all that's empty. We have these chests to work with, so we can like take a bunch of this stuff out. I wonder if any of these have. That's too much. Is there any that are like weight carry gain? Because I got rid of a bunch of those. I don't think we have a weight carry gain potion right now. We have 1 pound left of. Like, cause these guys. I think we can carry, yeah, that. Oh, maybe one more. Alright. That gives us a bunch of things to bring with us. Yeah, so that's what that's kind of what I was getting at, Dig, is you want those guys to push AFK because they'll get more kills AFK than they will actively. But if you're actively farming for an item, and it's not a mob material, just it's not worth doing on an ES. That's all I'm getting at. Like, do it on whatever you want, but it's not worth doing it on an ES. The time that you spend farming it on an ES is not worth, you know, the effort, I guess is the way to put it. You're going to spend 10 times longer farming it on an ES than you would have if you just did it on a DK. Oh, you destroyed him? Hell yeah. Kick his ass. Honestly, I would almost argue that a Booba would almost be better than an ES as well. The problem you run into with the ES is he focuses on his portal mobs quite often, and the portal mobs don't really drop items. Like, they do, but they pretty much only drop mob materials. So I feel like it kind of cucks your gold twine chances because you're spending more time killing your portal mobs than you do killing the map mobs. So it lowers your chances of getting the golden twine. And this is why I said, fuck it. Just leave like 8 of your characters AFKing on the golden twine mobs for a couple of days to farm golden twine. That's what I would do. Just let everybody just AFK there and just farm the golden twine. It's gonna take you a long time. With 14 drop rate, it's gonna take you a long time. Yeah, once worlds, I would say get world 7 unlocked, move your characters, and then move your characters down to golden twine and farm the golden twine out. Get your troll armors all set up, and then branch back out. Because like I said, there's gonna be times in your progression where you're gonna have to switch your focuses, and you're gonna have to hyper focus one thing, and then once that hyper focus is done, then spread back out and do like your horizontal progressions on all your other things. I feel like that's where you get like where the min maxing comes in, where you sometimes have to stop what you're doing to hyper focus something down, to then go back out and rebranch back out. Which is where I struggle because I just go from one hyper focus to the next, and I just can't help it because I'm too lazy. Yeah, I would say bare minimum, once you get to World 7, finish Troll Armor for all 10 characters, and Magma Weapons, and Magma Tools, or Dreadleo Tools, Red Tools, right? So basically get your characters all the way up to like World 5 ready, basically, right? Maybe even Magma Gear. So I would probably go all the way to Magma Gear, do all World 5 weapons, tools, and armors. That's a huge milestone for you. And then backtrack for some of your other horizontal progressions, like your stamps, your alchemy, maybe your prints a little bit harder, right? Finish up some of your rift stuff, work on some of your equilibrium, work on your whole a little bit, you know, whole handful, lots of things, one piece at a time. All right. Nice, congrats. All right, so we need to make sure all these are empty, 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 and empty. Okay, so let's get rid of all of these empty ones. Okay, for sure this one's empty. Empty. Full and full. Okay. These two should be empty. I don't know why those double open. Okay, this one's full. This one's full. That one's empty. For sure the forge is empty. And then smelters should be empty. Anything that's not a tier 3 we're gonna get rid of. Well. Alright. Obviously these don't count because those are not tier based. Alright, so I think we need to clear out some chests. Because if we can bring those to the other town, we can get a little bit extra storage in one of the houses. So let's pick up both of those. We're only at 30 pounds. So that's actually really good. Pick up these. We'll probably drop some of these. This can just get trashed. But I don't really care about the fresh water. These can go probably to town 1 really quick. And then some of these might be able to go to town 1. Fish are going to take up some space. But 2 more chests to work with. And we got about 100 pounds to work with. 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50. More fish. This might put us over. Yeah, okay. So, first off, we're full. So, let us... this in here. We are over by another 7 pounds. Two more pounds. 0.7, are you kidding me? Wasn't. Alright. No! 0.7 again. Fuck. Alright, so 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. We good now? Okay, alright. Jesus. I dropped this off. I'll have to buy a house down here. Like just a shitty house to put some storage chests in. Give us more storage space. Because we have a lot of ores and bars to transfer. Back to farming 4. Killed the boss, but now I'm getting my ass kicked in the next spot. Jeez. Can you not just farm the boss, or is the boss just not worth farming? Alright, drop off the fishies. Drop off these thingies. I think these might be able to... we'll have to check town 1 to see what we can put in there. We'll just drop the horses in here, I guess. Drop off all the stuff. Some of this is gonna get actually thrown away. Which ones don't we want? We don't want the tier 1 essence. We don't want the tier 2 smelter. Tier 2 this. We want the tier 3s. We don't want the tier 1. Don't want the tier 1. Don't want tier 1. No, no. Alright, so the rest of these can all get destroyed. Or thrown away or whatever. And we'll just boom. Alright, then we'll get rid of these. We'll have to remake them, but higher tiers. No reason not having tier 3s at this point. We'll get rid of those. Was there a close house? Is there a house down here? We spawn in right here. I wonder if there's like a house we can buy really quick. Here's one. Okay. Yeah, I'll buy this house temporarily. I mean, I don't care if it's temp or not. Just like, I just want to put some chests down, honestly. Oh. Can't see. I can't see anything. Alright. That gives us room for that. Let's go check out Town 1 really fast, see what we can toss in here. God, we've already burned through like 2 mil in gold. Oh, you have to active? Oh, okay, gotcha. That makes sense then. Makes very, very much sense. Alright, well, we're getting close. We got about 2 hours left to stream, and we're almost done taking all the stuff out of our house. And we're gonna build the new house. Alright, we can only put 2 items in here. So that's that. These items will have to go elsewhere. But at least that takes care of most of that. Okay, back to the house. At least those don't really weigh anything. I don't mind keeping those on us because they don't really, like, yeah, they weigh like nothing. But I'm gonna go pee really quick. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Oh, all right. Keep on grinding. Yeah, so we're gonna get off at 5 today. Like I said, I gotta get a nice little workout in, and then gotta clean up a little bit, and then I want to tinker with my Eidolon. I mean, I gotta do my Eidolon stuff, but I also gotta tinker with my Path of Exiles a little bit. See if my idea might actually be beneficial and work. Oh, before the wife gets up, we gotta go do some grocery shopping. Gotta go clean up my freaking gym first, though. So that's gonna take me like 10 minutes. There's like a bunch of boxes and stuff in there. Because I use my gym like twice a week. On average, I use it 3 times a week, but typically it's like 1 to 2 times a week. Uh, during like the warmer months, and then during the colder months, I do a lot more stuff inside. So it's starting to get warmer outside, so I'm gonna start using it more. But the wife likes to order from Amazon, and then she likes to throw all the boxes out there. So that's like her little, oh, I'm gonna store stuff out here. It's like, yeah, but that's where I work out. Like I literally have a Smith machine and my dumbbells and all my stuff is out there. She like covers it all up. So I have to go out there and like rearrange and move stuff and clean up every once in a while. But why my workout usually takes, like, instead of a 30-minute workout, it's like a 45-minute workout. Oh man. Well, yeah, so we got 2 hours to try and finish the house up. I'm not gonna get the animals that I wanted. I was hoping for 20 of every animal. We can try to get it done. It just depends on how long it takes us to get our house started. We still have a lot of transporting to do. Because we have a lot of the heavy stuff to go, like stacks of 60 pounds each. So those big stacks are gonna take us a hot minute to move everything, and then after we have those done, it's about just taking the rest of the house apart and building the new one. And then I don't care about moving the items from the storage to the house right away. We can do that over like the next day. I just need to get everything out of this place so I can remove it and start building the next one, and then we'll go and get our animals. So I'm anticipating this taking another 30 minutes to an hour to deconstruct this house and then get into the actual animal farming. Kind of the goal, I think. So we still have a bunch of that. Still have a ton of that. Still have a bunch of like this is all the small stuff. I'm not worried about that. But what's gonna be a problem is this. Double 60 pounds. And then that's done. Alright, so we can take this. Then we got these ones. So we have yeah, that puts us over. Okay, that's fine. What we need to do is we can take out one of these and then we can split this stack. How much do we need to drop? 3 pounds? And they are 0.06 each. Oh god, what's the math on that? What would 10? Oh, that's not what we do. I wish they just had like a slide. Alright. Let's pull out 0.06. 10 would be 0.6. So 30 is, well, what's 15 do? 15 is 0.9. Okay, so let's do another 30. And then another 15. So 60. There we go. All right. And we can pull out these, this, and this. Okay. $256 crops? Hell yeah. I don't know what I'm at. I'm kind of curious actually. My crops haven't been progressing as fast as I would like them now that I'm at a not 100% chance for them to go. Not quite getting as many as I wanted, but let's look. We are at 136. It's making I'm making progress. Nice and slow. We're doing the metal and the glossies right now. Do you know of an easy method, mate, to get the 777 bean? Achievement? One smelter. Yeah, I know I need to reset for beans, but I'm curious on like what's the easiest way to like, actually hit it because like I tried a few times and I keep missing it. I honestly don't know how to search for that in Discord. So I'm just gonna scroll up a little bit. You guys talk so much. Kind of hard to keep up with chat. Sometimes I just kind of just ignore it and don't actually read it all. So, because you guys are usually talking back and forth to each other. There's some TD stuff. There's some button stuff. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm looking for. I'm back almost 15 days and I don't see anything about it. I don't really, I don't really know what I'm looking for. I just know I'm struggling at doing it because I'll show up. Oh, it was a YouTube video on? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I found it. Well, you tagged me again, so I see it. All right, sweet. I'll look at that in a bit. Yeah, because I've been trying to get it. And I'm like, okay, I'll do an instant grow on this crop. And I was like, okay, give me 50. And I do it again. It's like, oh, give me another 50. And I do it again and give me another 50. And then I get to like 700. I'm like, all right, I get to 770. So how do I get to 777 from there? I'm just like, I don't know how to do this. I don't know what to do. I can't hit like 77. Like it's just I've been struggling. I don't know how you're supposed to, like, I feel like early stages is easy, but since mine like jump in significant numbers because I have a lot of bean upgrades now, I've kind of fucked myself almost. So in order to hit it, it's going to be kind of a pain in the ass. So I feel like I'm better off to do, instead of 777, maybe like 7,000 or 77,000. Because does it have to be 70,000, like 77,777? Or does the first three numbers just have to be 777? All right. This is now taken care of. We can scrap this. And then we got to move some of these over. All right, so we need to drop, let's drop 60. Another 90. Another 90. Do 30. And then do another 30. All right. Then we can pick up some of these small things. It takes much. We don't, oh, we can pick up this. Okay. And then any like really tiny ones as well. Pick up that. You can just scrap these. Okay. All right, that puts us right to what we're looking for. Okay. Some of the stuff we can literally just trash because I'm just getting more. Oh, we got last meal bonus max. Nice. That's huge. Wait, what does the meal bonus ones do? Is it like increases like cooking speed, or does it increase the bonuses from your meals? What does that one do? So let's drop these off. Yeah. Almost done. The fish one's gonna be the worst. There's so much fish. They're all so heavy. Bigger bonuses. Oh, that's huge. You got a sticker. Let's go. That's huge. I gotta farm some stickers at some point. I got a handful of stickers, and some of them are really nice. I think I've gotten 3 total stickers right now, but I've gotten a bunch of like the same sticker because that's like the one I'm farming. To like level up my day market. Here, 42 stickers. I think I have like 16 total, but like 14 of them are like one sticker.
or like 13 or something like that. Oh, almost done moving our product, man. Like I said, we got a lot of fish to work with still, though. Fish are gonna be the problem because I have so many full stacks of 60 weight. Just in the fish meat and stuff. That's just gonna be crazy. Almost worth making like an encumbrance potion to move this stuff faster. Oh God. Yeah, so the thing about my house though is it doesn't have to be on a flat spot, but I wanted it in a flat spot for the assurance that if I did want to do farming, I can. Problem is it's a desert, so it wouldn't be the most efficient place to probably farm, but if I wanted to, I had the ability to. Not that I would do it there, but if I needed to or wanted to, I have the ability that I could. Jeez, there's 4 multi-kill per tiers. Nice. Get that shit going. Cook it. I haven't even started on shinies yet. Honestly, I should have been doing that a long time ago, and I just haven't cared enough. Alright. So, I got these. Alright. Stock some stuff into this chest really quick. Alright. So we need to get rid of 21, 31 pounds. So let's do, split this in half, 500. Start with that. And then another 2 pounds. I don't know, 30. 15. Okay. Alright, so that takes care of that. Gotta come back for that one. Oh, bro, this is gonna take forever. 4th jackpot? Jesus, Topher, let's go. I've gotten 2 name tags, but I got like the low tier name tags. 5 raids? Bro. Getting slaughtered. I got 2 threes so far. Out of like my 15 rolls, I've gotten 2 threes, and that's all I've gotten. So close. On spin 14? Jesus. Yeah, I think I've done like 15 spins ish so far. And I literally haven't hit but 2 of the bottom tier name tags. Everything else has been like the bottom or like the second to bottom. Getting absolutely cucked. Oh. Oh, you got the second to highest, but just not the last one. Hey, congrats! At least you got one of those ones. Pretty good, at least. What happened, Tobin? That's interesting. Bro, I get some bad cards. Like terrible cards. Like I want to say one of my worst cards was like I barely broke 100 points. It was dreadful. Shocker. Already full. All right, let's drop what, 16 pounds. So 250. Another 60. Nice. Let's go. Oh, I don't want to move off of this. Hold on. Let me open this first.
Dude.
Dude. My name is Griffy Bear. Dude. Oh, that was funny. Fucking Griffy, dude. Cracks me up every time. Jesus. 5 times drop rate multi. Jesus. 20K. That's nuts. Those name tags, man, are fucking bonkers. Dude. Bro, I can't take it seriously. The way he said that fucking kills me. Holy shit. That's so funny. Alright, let's just drop this stuff off. Like, we already have a house. We already moved over the things. Fuck it. Just make some fucking room. Cause these things, these don't literally weigh anything, but I don't care at this point. I need space. Point six. How do I have point six? It's all the gear I'm wearing? It's bullshit. 6 pounds of gear I'm wearing. Ridiculous. We might be able to actually do 3 full stacks of things now. Okay. Limited. Okay, so we can actually do 3
teleports to base now, like without having to run there. It's not going to be enough to actually finish the house, but it will speed it up a little bit. We'll get 3 teleports to get rid of all the fucking fish stuff. Fish stuff is just so massive. Can I jump? Oh. We can do 3. Bam, let's go. We got a little bit of space for a few smaller things. We do this. Yeah. Okay. We could probably pick these up. Cool. Got 0.7 to work with. Can we pick up this? Yeah, there we go. We're almost done. Oh my god, we're almost done. One had already had and 5-year cards. Oh, so you're just getting cucked on cards and stuff. That sucks. Yeah, I haven't opened my boxes yet. Shocker though, right? I mean, if you guys remind me at the end of the event to open my boxes, I'll open my boxes. But the problem is I never remember when the end of the event is. So usually I'm just like, oh, it's over already? Okay. Usually what ends up happening. All right, we need a little like 2.7 more weight. Yeah, close enough. May the fourth be with you. That's funny. I won't remember. I promise you that. This game is in such the background of my head. I don't pay attention to that stuff. Nice, mate. How'd that feel? You good? Get a like nice little snacky snack in.
Hell yeah. All right. That is empty. So take these, throw away these. I can make thousands of those. Those I can farm. These we can keep. This we can stack. Okay. So that's empty. This is not empty. We can take 35, and we have another 19. Okay, that works. Okay. Oh no, that made us fatter than we wanted to be. Said Boost. Can we not put this in there? Oh my god, we can't put that in there. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Literally 0.9 over. All right. We can do a little less than 9 pounds. All right. So let's split off a little bit. 15 gonna cost us 30. Then another 15. Another 15. Oh my god. Another 15. Hate having to do math. Close enough. We're almost done. Look at all this coal we gotta take care of though, bro. Got so much coal to work with. That's good. You had a good time. My question is always kind of the same when I know someone gets high. Is what is your go-to snack food? Like when you're high, what do you crave? Man, I gotta run the rest of it. Oh. Yeah, that's a crazy name tag. Yeah, that name tag is nuts. Oh, just some popcorn? Oh, that's pretty tame. Okay. Yeah, some of my friends have had some weird ass cravings. Like pregnancy cravings almost. Like crazy some of the stuff that they want to eat. I remember one time though, I was so drunk. My cousin was high and drunk. And we were so hungry that we're like, oh, let's make a pizza. And we fucked up making the pizza royally. And we pull it out of the oven and it's still like raw. Like the dough is just like stringy and it's like you're trying to hold it with your fingers, but it's like stretching between your fingers and like running and dripping. It was so weird. And I ate the shit out of that pizza, bro. I was so hungry. Yeah, I don't know what we did to her. It was bad. But I ate the shit out of that pizza. One of my friends just craves pickles when they're high. Weird. Pizza in the microwave? Fuck. Hey, you know, that's hey, when you're craving a pizza and a burrito, like that's where it's at. Project Hail Mary? Oh, interesting. Was it any good? Oh, burritos were in the microwave, the pizza was in the oven. Okay. I'll be like, bro, why do you throw a pizza in the microwave? That's weird. That's something I would do. I mean, at least these are only 35 pounds each. Alright, so we need a little bit more. Um, this is too much. That'll put me to 5, that'll put me to 10. A little too much. This might work. No! There. Oh, we're almost done, bro. Oh! 14K every 6 seconds. What's your red salt level? Kind of curious. Nine 12. Damn, let's go. I think mine's only like 2 or 300. Let's look. Yeah, also I stopped progressing mine. Oh, mine's 630 or 629. Not too bad. Yeah, I'm getting 8.7 points per cycle. But I put it on auto refine for now because I'm trying to max out. So I maxed out the red salts vial. Now I'm maxing out the orange vial. Once the orange vial is done, I'm going to put these back to leveling. And I need to rank this one up, I guess. But then I'm going to work on the purple vial. So this one will go to autoing, and then I'll auto refine both of these probably. But it's like 79 a cycle is really bad. Like the green one's taking me forever. But anyway, yeah, this is what we're working on now, is trying to push to this one. So I can get to, well, we're leveling this one up so then we can push to this one to then level this, like finish this vial. But we're finishing this vial first. Yeah, that's what we're working on right now. Then I can go back to leveling my reds. Bro, Franz is ridiculous. His fucking refinery is nuts. Like, how much does Franz get per cycle? Is his almost like full level per cycle or some shit? 170? Jeez, that you need some work. Yeah, I'm curious on how much his like how long it takes for his to max so we can level it again. But the 3,000 sounds crazy. My page 3 can suck it. I've leveled it like once or twice so far. It's terrible. But I didn't put my research points in to speed it up either. Yeah, refinery is dreadful, mate. Vault multi? Wait, what? Where does that come? Is that like an a vial or something? I'm so confused. Alright, just a second. Do we have enough room? No! No! We got one more trip!
Would you like a cup of water? 'Cause you
Fucking
look thirsty as
bitch!
fuck right now.
One more trip! I hate this! Oh, Glimbo trades. Okay, got you. Yeah, okay, so you traded into Glimbo to get your max level of the Volt Master. Okay, I got you. I got you. Sorry. Yeah, I was like, bro, what do you mean it gives you Volt Multi? Like, where do you get the Volt Multi from? That makes sense then. Now I understand. All right. Last one, boys. Last one, and we can delete the house. We'll finally delete the house and move it. We'd like to move it, move it. We'd like to move it, move it. I didn't realize I hit 55 too, while I was fishing over the weekend. We'd like to move it, move it. Yeah, let's see if you can actually progress like stage 1 to 5 pretty easily now. I don't know why. I was calling it griddle earlier, and I just realized that I was swapping the R and the I. Is it girdle? Just hate that name. I hate that word. That word is just disgusting. A gross name. Girdle. Girdle. Ugh. Oh, you meant griddle. Okay, so it is griddle. Okay. Girdle is just a disgusting word. You know, it's funny. I watched the VOD channel on the wife's account, you know, just to like make sure it's recording properly and stuff. And I see like recommended videos for her and stuff. Like her feed is just wild. Like there's one I can see, it says cook once and eat for a month. I'm like, wait, what? Like she watched these like meal prep videos a lot. Like people that cook a whole bunch of food in like one day and like freeze it all into portions so they don't have to cook for the rest of the month. She watches that stuff all the time. And I'm just like, what the fuck? That's a clickbait title. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. Can't wait to move my house to a place that's much closer to a fast travel. I don't have to keep fucking running a mile in a fucking marathon. I mean, I understand the idea of putting a limitation on how far you can travel based off of your weight and how many times you can travel to your base and stuff. I understand the need for that. But I also think that, like, it's a little too strenuous right now. At least put fast travels closer to your houses or something. Like, that's just crazy. Alright. How do I delete my house? How do I delete my house? Can I not delete it until everything's gone? I want to delete my house. How do I delete it? Ah, there we go. Yes! No more house! No more house! No more house! Yay! Alright. Go make a real house. I really do want to play ESO at some point over. Yeah, I mean, I've heard some good things and bad things about the combat, but I'd have to check it out myself. 257 crops, let's go! You think it's better than BDO? I don't know, that's a wild statement. I love BDO combat. Like, I'm really bad at it, but it's so good. It just feels fluid and fast paced and just, I don't know. I just like it. So I kind of want to be close to this mithril node. I think we're gonna place it like right here. I think this looks like a good solid spot. Huzzah. Alright. So yeah. How about them Panthers? I don't fucking know, dude. We need to start leveling this thing up. Alright, so first things first. Go to town. Drop off what we got. Pick up our tools and stuff. And our ropes. And all our regular items. And then we're going to go around and start catching some animales. Yeah, so yeah, Dick, I don't know the last time you played it, but supposedly ESO's combat is like on par with WoW. Supposedly.
Supposedly, like I said, I haven't actually played it myself. I played it when it was kind of in like early access, and it was dreadful. Like, yeah, it was fucking dreadful. All right, I need my lassos. All right, this is what I wanted. I wanted all this. I'm gonna need my fishing poles eventually. Move this. These need to go in my altar. We'll put this in here for now. Put this in here for now. This gives us all of our tools back. Except for our fishing poles. We can grab a couple. Couple. All of them. Alright. Gets us our fishing poles back. And then we'll need our Herbers back later. Alright. That gives us all our stuff back. These have to go back. Okay. So let's turn on all of these. That's all our tools. Go put this. I'll just run towards our house. Let's grab some more lassos while we're at it. Where is the horsey guy at? Oh, where could he be? Yeah, I know. I'm in the same boat as you, Diggs. Like, I wish I had more time in the day to play everything that I wanted to play. I just don't have enough time every day to play everything that's available. Because, like, I want to play Albion. I want to play Final Fantasy 14. I want to play ESO. You know, I want to play RuneScape. I want to play this. I want to play BDO, right? Like, there's so many games I want to play regularly. I just don't have enough time to play them all. Like, not even close to enough time in a day. Because, like, I want to play for, like, a couple hours in each game every day. Like, 4 or 5 hours, you know? Just between all of that and having to sleep and having to eat and, you know, everything else, like, it's just not enough time. Well, the added problem, Tover, the added problem is most of those games, since I've never played them, you know, ESO, Final Fantasy 14, Albion and stuff, I want to play them on stream, right? So I can experience them for the first time with everybody else. You know, have my experience kind of saved, kind of thing. Maybe play with some people. So it's like I don't have enough time in the day to play them and stream with everybody. And then I don't want to have to be like, all right, today we're playing this, tomorrow we're playing this, the next day we're playing this. Like, I need to play one game at a time and I need to rotate them, but I also need to, like, play them long enough to actually experience them. Can't just play them for a couple days. I gotta actually play them, put some effort into them. Why is that goat eating that cow's ass? Like, come on. Look at this. Why is a goat eating a cow's ass? Come on. Oh, I needed to pull my cows and my goats and chickens and stuff out of my stash as well. We could run back to base. Or run back to the town and do that, I guess. Yeah, and that's kind of like what the idea was, Topher, is, you know, play one for a little bit, see how I like it, play another one, see how I like it. But you know me, I kind of get entranced into a new game, and I like to play it until I've learned everything I've, like, you know what I mean, that there kind of is to learn about it. And that kind of takes a lot longer than like a month. Especially if I'm only playing it on stream, because a month is only 15 days of progress. And in 15 days and like 5 hours at a pop, that's not a lot of time spent like actually playing the game. It's only like 80 hours. I feel like in 80 hours, most of the time you can't even get to max level. And max level is kind of like where a lot of the learning actually occurs. Oh, I was crouching and then I uncrouched. Ugh. I tried to roll closer and I accidentally uncrouched. Kind of cucked me a little bit. I wish there was cows and stuff around here. That'd be huge. Wait, why was it running back? Oh yeah, yeah, because I want to put my stuff into my altar really quick. Boom and boom. There we go. 43 days. Now I don't have to worry about it for a while. Let's head back towards town. Go with the rest of my cows and chickens and stuff. That's what I'm saying, Dig. Like, I've played WoW for 15 plus years, so I mean, like, I get that, and that's kind of like my thought process when it comes to other MMOs. Is I feel like in 15 days, roughly 80 hours, it's like 5 hours a day, right? So it's like, you know, 50, it's like 75 hours. So let's say roughly closer to 80 hours. I don't think I'm gonna be able to experience much of a video game. Because most of the time it's just leveling up, right? Maybe doing professions. But like I don't get to experience most of the game at that point. That's kind of why like I try to spend as much time as it need per game, but it ends up being like 6 months. Oh, I cannot see. There's too much clutter on the screen when that happens. What the fuck? Yeah, there's just like this game alone is going to take me probably 6 months. And it's not that I need to learn anything about this game. I'm just having fun leveling up my professions, experiencing the game, leveling up all my professions, exploring the game, you know, just progressing it in general. But I never turn the game off either. I'm always doing AFK stuff. I'm just sitting there fishing. I have more time fishing than I do actually playing the game right now. It's a chicken! Oh, First Descendant, yeah, First Descendant, bro, that was a rough one. In First Descendant's defense, the reason I hated it so much was because I didn't take the time to actually gear my character properly, so I was scuffed beyond scuffed. So I was doing no damage. I had no survivability. I was just playing dog shit. And I hated it, and I complained the whole time. But then when I stopped streaming it, I took a minute to like upgrade my gear and stuff or my build, and it felt much better for going forward. But at that point, I've already like killed the game. I'm not going back to it. Kind of like Lost Ark. I love Lost Ark, but I'll never go back to it. Yeah, Warframe's another game that I do want to play at some point too. Bro, why is this like just a dead end? Like, ugh, can I get up here? Can I get up here? Can I get up here? Oh, we made it. People be making dead ends and shit. Alright, we need to get to the town so I can grab my.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here.
Cover, you leaving?
Get out of here.
That sounds good, man. I
Shit,
appreciate
I'm
you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. Appreciate you as always. We'll be around tomorrow, so we'll catch you then.
You look thirsty as fuck right now.
Thanks for the hydrate. Let's go. I've been snacking this whole time on my dinner. But we good, but I appreciate it. Alright, we got all our pets now. Alright, we're good there, good there. I think we're good on the rest of this. Alright, what do we got pets wise? Alright, so we got these, and then we need cows, the chickens. Have a good one, Dover. Talk to you later, man. See you. Yo, the fact that Division 2 is still around, I'm actually shocked. Game was really fun, but it also felt very just boring. At a certain point, like the only thing that was to do is speed run dungeons for God knows what reason, and to go into the dark zone and PvP. It just felt like there was nothing to do in the game. Because everybody just grabbed like the same similar build and they would just like free farm dungeons nonstop, and that was it. Oh yeah, Windcraft, bro. I know, bro. Windcraft looks so good. I was having so much fun. Like I said, I went in there the intention of playing that next because I wanted to unlock the hardcore like we did, and then this came out, and it completely was like, nah, this is coming first. We had to play this next. There's no way around that. The only problem I have with Windcraft is there's nothing wrong with Windcraft's community, but it's a Minecraft community. And if I'm being honest, Minecraft sucks. I like their community is insane. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of them. You get lots of viewers, and you get a lot of people coming around all the time. But bro, they're all like 10. And you got to deal with 10-year-old mentality all day long. And it just hurts my soul. This makes me not want to play. Like, having to deal with 10-year-olds all day long just makes me want to cry. Because, you know, they know everything about everything, and they're the god, and they're the GOAT, and if you're not doing it the way that they want you to do it, then you're wrong, and you're an idiot, and you're just bad and a boomer, and... Like, bro, I can't stand these people. I literally can't stand the 10-year-olds. Like, they just piss me off. So much. I remember when I played Hypixel, bro. Or even when I was playing just regular Minecraft and I had people coming in. Like, a lot of people were really chill. They talked for a while. They never really followed or came around all that much, but they'd come in and out every once in a while and they'd talk. But they're like, oh, well, why don't you download this mod? Well, why don't you download that mod? Why aren't you using this mod? If you don't use this, then you're never going to make it anywhere. If you don't use this, no one's going to invite you. You're never going to progress. You're never going to get to the end game. You're never going to be able to do this. You're never going to be able to do that. You need to download this. You need to download that. Oh, you're just an idiot. You're slow. You're dumb. You're bad. I'm just like, that was literally 95% of the conversations the entire time I played Minecraft. I fucking hated every second of it. And that's one of the reasons why I stopped playing Hypixel. Because I enjoyed playing Hypixel. I enjoyed the grind. But when I'm not streaming and playing it, I don't have the willpower to just log on to it and play it without streaming it. And I don't want to stream it. Because I don't want to deal with the people. Because if you're not running all the mods that they want you to be running, and you're not like speed running and like teleporting pixel perfect every place and everywhere in the game, doing everything the min-max most fastest possible fucking I'm cheating way, then you're just bad and they're just gonna shit talk you the whole time. And then they get banned and they come in with like 15 different accounts and they keep getting banned and they bring their friends in and then just like, it's just not worth the fucking hassle, man. Like, sure, make me fucking famous. Keep coming in. Keep giving me fucking more viewers. You know, I don't really care, but like, I just hate dealing with it. It's just such a drain mentally. Like, here and there is fine. Like, when I'm playing other games and I get random people that come in and just hit me with that shit, like, whatever. It doesn't bother me all that much. But when you have that every stream for hours, every single day, you're just constantly dealing with it, it just gets really, really draining. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't have a problem with like the different systems and different ways to gear and stuff. I just, what is there to do? Like, that's my honest question. Like, at least in WoW, I know what there's to do. You know, you get your gear, you progress it to the next point, you get into the raid, you do some raid stuff. You know, you get the raid gear, and then once you have the raid gear, it's about like, you know, just kind of doing your weekly raids, helping people else out gear, and doing dungeons and farming professions, making gold. Bro, I cannot fucking. Oh. Yeah, I can't hit that one. That was moving so fast, and I can't really make out the fucking arrow very well. That was difficult. I just feel like in WoW there's somewhat stuff to do, and then you're just like waiting for the next one, and like, yeah, there's like PvP you can do, which is okay. Passes some time. I just feel like at a certain point there's like not a lot to do in WoW either. I feel like Division's in the same boat. It's the same problem I had with Destiny 2, you know, or First Descendant, or any of those types of games that are like looter shooters. Like, the process of getting your gear and leveling your character up and doing the quests and the missions and stuff and unlocking the game is 99% of the game. Once you've done that and you farmed out your armor, or like even Borderlands the same way, like, there's nothing in game to do. Like, what's the in game loop of enjoyability, right? If you're gonna sit there and you're gonna in game grind, like, what is the in game grind loop that keeps you coming back day in and day out? I mean, I don't hate the map territory control thing. That's kind of cool. That adds a level of like, all right, let's retake this territory. Now, I mean, with that in mind, though, like there has to be a reason for me to want to take the territory, right? To reclaim the control. And at the same time, like, if I can clear it out and it clears it out for everybody, then like, what's the point of me doing it versus everybody else? Like, just letting somebody else do it. So, like, that's kind of like my thought process there is like, there has to be something that makes me personally have a reason to want to do it specifically. Sounds cool though. Like, I don't hate that idea. You know, riff on that idea a little bit. Sounds pretty cool. Oh, it doesn't clear for everybody? Okay, so that makes sense. And what's the reason for clearing it out then? Like, what are the bonuses and benefits you get for taking the territory over? Oh, you're almost there, mate. I have a question, mate. Do you have to Onyx it before you can Zenith them? Or can you skip Onyx and go right to Zenith? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think, like, what would be the incentive for me to clear out a faction to reclaim control for myself to get a buff? Like, what kind of buff, in my personal opinion, would be worth me taking the time to do that? Because if all it is increased drop rates or, you know, gear drops or something like that, I already have my gear, then once again it's a dead content. There's no reason for me to take control over like territory if I don't need the buff. Right? If I already have my gear set already built, my build's already built, and I'm looking for like in-game grindability of something to do, grinding more gear doesn't solve that solution. So that's why I'm kind of curious. It'll bug if you skip Onyx. Okay, I was just curious. Okay, sounds good. Where are all the fucking horses and stuff? I don't really care about the horses, but I want the pigs, the cows, the chickens. Like, hook a brother up. Where are they all at? Chicken. Need another cow. There's one type of cow I haven't run into yet. Like the dark cow. Ugh. Wish the taming would get easier as you leveled. Like a lot of times, like you just bam, like one or two shot, it's fine. But like sometimes it's kind of a pain in the ass. Ooh, sorry, that came out of nowhere. Oh, chicken over here too. Sometimes these fucking sometimes these fucking animals have like a triple to hit. I'm like, dude, that's a little much for a fucking last chicken or a cow. Quite a lot. All right, we have 45 minutes. Gather as many pets as we can to place them down at our house. No. When you eat the twine, you eat the twine. Did you accidentally eat more than one? Triple, right on the edge. It's fucking dumb. $70 million kills. Yeah, bro. World 6 to World 7 is a grind. Takes a hot minute. That's why I was telling you before, Dig, is like always have at least one person pushing non-stop. AFK pushing. Just always just leave him doing his thing. That is goal 1. Goal 2 is horizontal progression. When you get to World 6 and you're pushing to 7, you just need to know how many total characters you need to get to the end. And that's how many characters you need pushing in that world, right? So World 6 and 7, I think it's 3. It used to be like 8. But I think it's 3 now. I could be wrong. So you need 3 characters constantly pushing just to get you to World 7. And then World 7 is a hot mess. But since you're playing all that catch up, you know, just unlocking World 7 is kind of your goal. So yeah, just have 3 characters chilling in World 6, just pushing portals. And then have your other 7 characters doing horizontal stuff. Basically, just juice out as much damage as you can, multi-kill per tier, and that's about it. Obviously, if you can get Brightside Killer in Lab, that would be helpful. Anything that you can get that helps with portal unlocks. Like there's a couple unlocks and a couple like buffs that you can get that increase kill per kill for portal unlocks and I want to call it Death Touch for some reason. Death Note, right? Anything that increases both of those, you want to invest into, you want to upgrade and juice as much as you can. Like I said, multi-kill per tier, more damage to hit more multi-tiers or multi-kill tiers. All that stuff is what you're shooting for. That way you can open portals faster. There's a chest over here. Let's grab this real quick. And go grab this. There's a cow. And a chest. Oh my god. Oh my god. We gotta go the other way. Let's pick up this. This. I'm just gonna grab the stones more or less. Oh yeah, mob respawn and AFK gain. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. AFK gain, so you get more kills per hour. And then yeah, the spawn rate increases your kills per hour as well because they'll spawn faster based on your based off of your AFK gains and stuff. So all of that kind of plays a factor into the whole process. Get this chicken really quick. We go the other way for the goat and stuff. Yeah, so it's like those are the focuses you're focusing on just to push portals. Obviously, once you start getting that all focused down and working properly, then obviously you have your other horizontal progressions to work on after that. But I mean that would be your first goal, is to push that stuff specifically so you can get your portals pushed and get into World 7, possibly unlock some of the stuff in World 7 while you're at it. Because I don't know, like I said, without looking at your account, I don't know like what you've invested into. Because like what I'm speaking of is Wonder if it'll show us. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. Let's see here. Trying to find a list of everything that would increase your kill, like your kills per kill mate. Do you know if there's something in toolbox that would show you that or anything? 'Cause I know killer bright side is 1, right? It's right here. All monster counts, kill counts for 2 times more than normal. This helps for Death Note and portals, right? I know this is 1, but I thought there was more things that did that. Well, yeah, I have no idea where to even look for it. But yeah, that's what's your. I'd have to. I don't know. I'd have to skim through the whole game, I guess, to find them. But there's a handful of them, dig, that like this unlock or this bonus or that bonus. It's like gives increased kills towards portals, right? I mean, main stat doesn't give more kills per kill, right? There might be a bubble for it. I know kill per kill bubble, right? The kill per kill bubble. Obviously multi kill, right? Like that's pretty standard. So I do know this works, right? So if you get this to like 1,000, so this is 67% extra kills from Death Note and opening portals. So that's a good one. According to what I found on the wiki, there's a percentage chance for monster kills to count towards double opening portal count. This is on barbarian, so warriors get this. A monster decimator on warriors. or barbarian specifically. Sorry. Um, and then the charred one is another one, so another warrior, right? So this is the Blood Berserker. So I feel like the Blood Berserker slash Deathbringer has the most kill per kill, not counting not counting multi kill support or whatever. Yeah, so he's gonna be your strongest, um, for sure. And then obviously anybody that has high multi kill for like having high damage percentages, whoever has the most damage will be your next highest. Obviously anybody that has AFK gains. I feel like that's your only play, is try to level up this. So it would cost you atoms dig, because you're not going to be able to have the green salts. But this kill per kill bubble is really strong. Like what you're shooting for is probably 90%, which is roughly 360. Skull talent? What? What's a skull talent? Oh, are you talking about this one? The charred skull? Yeah, I'm not specifically, so it's me, mate, I'm not specifically trying to get him to juice one character. I'm just trying to get all of his characters, because he's at the point where he needs 3 characters to push. He has 1 Blood Berserker. So focusing on his main stat for that one character is only going to push the one character when he needs multiples. So I was trying to help him push his other characters too. But you're not wrong. Like every character has like a similar thing. You push their main stat, they get more damage. The more more damage they have, the more multi kill they have. But that's where whatchamacallit comes into play too. Your cards, right? You can get cards for multi kill per tier, or for all percent, or just damage cards in general. Like you can get a lot of extra juice from your cards. Bro, I hate it when I'm like off by like a fucking fraction, and I just like I triple tap it and I just fucking fail it because I'm just off by like a millimeter on my taps. And sometimes I just fucking whack the fuck out of it. Just get it right. Anyway, we're doing pretty good. We've gone through about 40, almost 50 lassos. Haven't got that many pets, but it's okay, I guess. But yeah, you got family bonuses, you got talent level increasements. Like, obviously, like you said before, the gear is going to play a big role, because the gear is going to give you more damage. More damage you get, more multi kills you're going to get per tier. Just things like that, man. Just trying to maybe getting your golden foods a little bit. Stacking up some golden foods could help you a little bit too. Lots and lots and lots of things, man. Yeah, it's hard to really talk about everything, since I don't main the game every day, all day, memorize everything about it. But I mean, you're already doing the right things. It's just slow incremental progression, like you already know. So I would just that's the one thing I think I would like try to focus on a little bit, is that kill per kill bubble. Just because it'll help all of your characters. And I'm pretty sure you have everybody in lab with Arctis, right? Everybody counts as being in lab, if I'm pretty sure, right? If that's the case, then you should make sure you have Brightside Killer, because that doubles your kills for your portals. It's huge for your progression. Got your first pristine? Hell yeah. Well, that reminds me, I got a new one the other day too. Forgot to tell you, mate. Don't remember. It looked like a belt. Will it show me on Toolbox? Okay. I think it was. I think it was this one. The artifact find chance. It was either this one or is the bigger bonuses for non-miscellaneous stamps. One of these two. But I mean, I'm still missing sneaking XP, summoning bonuses, farming XP, overgrowth chance, essences, bones, dust, stamp doubler, and tachyons. But it's good. Haven't found any pets out here. Where are they all? Got 30 minutes left. I gotta plant all these things. I gotta go check my farms. It might not be done, but I gotta check my farms and I got to plant all these animals down at my house. Not what we wanted, but at least there's one up here. How to? Oh shit, I walked into a mob area. Yep, that's bad. Yep, we're not going this way next time. This is scary. Let's not go in there again. I was wondering why it was a little hazy. Wasn't a lot of mobs there. I mean, a lot of animals anyway. Pristine charms actually do suck to achieve, Dig. They're actually dog shit. They're so hard to actually like fucking farm. I don't know. There might be a specific floor that's the best one to farm them on, but the way it works is like you have a percentage chance when obtaining a charm that it converts into a different charm, like into a pristine charm. So basically, you need to be on a floor that you can farm tons of charms to have chances for them to turn into pristine charms, but you got to check it regularly, because if you don't, then the inventory fills up and you're wasting charm spot, like charm time. You know, not time, but like slots that charms could be spawning, because if the inventory is full, it won't catch any more charms, right? And it's like a very low percentage. From my understanding, I thought the pristine, or the symbols were, it kind of rolled against them, yes. But I thought the way the pristines worked was, or not the pristines, but the symbols, was if it was to roll a pristine, it then has a chance to roll as a symbol instead. So it's like the symbols actually overwrite the potential of the pristine or some shit. That could just be complete and utter like shit coming out my ass, but that's what I thought. Time of your farm crops, gotcha. Yeah, later, you'll probably be doing 2-hour claims, because that's more or less how long it takes your boats to get back there and back, kind of thing. Um, so if it was me, honestly, looking at the wiki here, if you want your pristine charms, you're better off just buying them from the gym shop, because pristine charms drop at a percentage chance, right, off of anything, and they're just random. But you can also get duplicates, and there's no way to target farm them. But it does state they can also be bought from gem shop. A random charm will be given with no duplicates. So if you're only missing a handful, you might as well just use the gem shop to finish it up. Just easier. Um, when a ninja finds a charm, it rolls a chance to upgrade the charm to a pristine charm. Then, regardless of success, a second roll is made. A second roll is made to upgrade the item into a symbol. So this is what I was talking about, mate. So if it doesn't work, like if it doesn't hit a pristine charm, then it still rolls for a symbol, and it could be a symbol. But if it does hit a pristine charm, it then rolls to see if it turns into a symbol. So symbols actually fuck your chances for pristine charms. That's the problem, right? That's the huge problem. So before you get symbols, it's fine, because you only have chance to roll pristines. But once you unlock symbols, you get that second roll, regardless if it's a success or not. It rolls if it's a symbol. Yeah, that's what I was trying. I was trying to say it, but I wasn't sure if it was actually legit. I wanted to find it actually written. But it's crazy. Like the chance to find a charm, the chance of for a found charm to be a pristine charm is 0.15% and lowered by every roll, reaching 0% after 120 rolls, resetting upon the next daily reset. So you only get so many chances per day to have a chance to get a pristine. And then it still has a chance to still turn into a symbol if you were to hit one. Fucking dog shit. The chance for a charm to turn into a symbol is 25%. And lowers by 0.33 for every roll, reaching 0 after 75 rolls, resetting upon the daily reset. So, bro, pristines suck. They fucking suck. It may take 2+ years to naturally gain them all. Yeah, go suck a dick, bro. Go suck a dick. That's fucked. There should be a way to disable the symbols so you can target farm pristines. Or a way to target farm pristine specifically, you know what I mean? Like, because right now there's no way to target. You can get duplicates, and no matter which charm you're farming, you get a random one. You should be able to target farm. You should be like, all right, I want to go to this floor to get this specific charm, like pristine charm that I'm missing. So it increases your chances of finding the one you're missing, and then be able to turn off symbols like it would. Yeah, or just remove the duplicates. That would fix almost every problem. Even if you have pristine charms or you have the symbols, even if it was like random RNG of which one you get, no matter what, you know, whatever you're farming, if you couldn't get duplicates, it would fix the problem. Because then, no matter what you're farming, if you did hit one, even if it turned into a symbol, it's like, fine, whatever. Eventually you would hit it. Eventually it would just be one you don't have. Every single time you finally hit one. So that's just crazy that they can be duplicates. Especially since like the higher tier, like the higher level ones mean nothing. Like getting one that's like a 500 versus the one that's like a 2000 doesn't do anything different. Yeah, I'm just gonna buy them. Like knowing that they can't be duplicated via the gem shop, I think that's my next purchase. Just so it's something off my checklist that I don't have to worry about anymore. You know what I mean? I don't have to worry about getting them, and it's like most of the ones that I'm missing, I personally just don't really care about. Like extra tachyons, extra dust, extra bones, like none of that really makes much of a difference to my account right now. But some of them are kind of nice. Like the extra essence can be useful for pushing my essences a little bit harder. I don't remember what the other ones were off the top of my head, but like some of them can be pretty useful. Oh, fuck you! And the horse you ran it on. Alright, we're gonna head back to the house. We're gonna plant down the pets we did get. We're gonna go check. Oh, we're probably gonna dump all this plans and stuff at the town 1. Get them out of our inventory, and then we'll go and check our I want to say foraging. I don't know what it's called. My farm. This guy like AFKing? Like what is going on here? He's like walking back and forth between these two nodes. Farming mithril. I think he's botting. I think he's botting. Wouldn't put it past him. I'm 900% positive this guy's botting. Why can't I report him? I'm 900% positive he's botting, and I can't. I click report and it won't let me report him. Like, what? He's literally sidestepping from node to node, and he's not even mining both of them. He's only mining the one. His pickaxe is probably dead, or he's not quite far enough on this one to mine that one. Why won't it let me report though? Like, legit. Like, it just doesn't let me do it. Oh well. Doesn't hurt me any. Oh shit, I was not paying attention. I was gonna grab that boar. I just kind of ran right into him like an idiot. Keep. Like I said, like, the fact that he's botting makes no impact on me. But like, come on. You shouldn't be able to get away with that. Like, there should be some sort of metric that says, hey, this guy is walking back and forth between these two nodes non-stop for hours. Like, there has to be a metric. Like, I honestly, like, AFK fishing makes sense that you're not going to be moving for long periods of time and you're staying in one spot, not, you know what I mean? Like, okay, cool. So, I mean, that metric's kind of hard to, like, hard code into the game. But, like, I don't know. Farming the same node over and over again. Like the same two nodes. Like, you're not hitting 3 nodes, you're not hitting 4 nodes. You're literally just hitting 2 different nodes for hours on end. It kind of makes you feel like there has to be a way to be like, hey, this guy has attacked the same node 50 times in the last hour. It doesn't mean he's botting, but it should flag it to be looked at, right? Someone to come show up and just like watch him play for 5-10 minutes and just kind of see, hey, is he legit? Just watching that guy walk back and forth, you can tell. You can 100% tell that he's botting. Just watching him for 5 seconds. No one walks like this from rock to rock. Nobody walks like this. I don't care how lazy you are. You don't walk like that from here to here and then back. Right? When you know the respawn timer is like 10-15 minutes, you're not going to walk side to side from rock to rock, back and forth non-stop waiting for them to respawn. Like, that just doesn't make fucking sense. All right. Let's put our chickens and our cows down and all of our pigs. So, pig. That'll do, pig. That'll do, pig. All right. Animals are set up. Oh, dump this stuff off. Don't pass my playstyle. Oh man, bacon sounds so good right now. I gotta be careful with bacon though. It's so high in sodium. Like sausage, like breakfast sausage. I love breakfast sausage, but I can't have like sausage link or sausage patty or ground sausage very much. Did I go the wrong one? Fuck. And I can't have like a lot of bacon either, or like ham. Ham's like one of my favorite like dinner meats, or like spiral hams, you know, those types of things for like holiday meals. Those are really good. I mean, I like sodium and I'll eat some, but I can't have a lot because of my high blood pressure. Every once in a while I'll have like a really high sodium day, but I usually just have like moderately low sodium levels. Or at least I attempt to. Alright, what can we take out of here? It doesn't need to be here. The terra fragments maybe? Put that in there. Right. Boom. Look at all these boxes we got. Oh. All right. Looks pretty solid. All right. These need to go into storage. I need to go to this town anyway, but I was there a little sooner than I wanted to be. I didn't like it. I don't like I don't mind turkey by itself. Like having like just raw like regular bitch ass turkey, right? Juicy, it tastes good. I'm fine with it. But I don't like ground turkey for a substitute. I don't like turkey bacon or turkey sausage or anything like that. Like any turkey variations of meal, like things that I like, I'm not a huge fan of. And I don't know what it is. Like the texture is okay, but I feel like the turkey absorbs a lot of the flavors. So it's just kind of lacking. Yeah, it has an hour left, so this isn't gonna happen. So that's all she wrote for the day then. I'm not gonna do anything else. I'm gonna come down here, empty our inventory, but other than that, I do gotta organize some stuff. I'm not gonna put any chests in yet because I need to whatchamacallit? I need to build up the level of my house first, and I need to put in my platform and stuff. But I need to get my house to level 4 first, and then I can build my platform above it. I don't plan on going to level 5. That's what I tell my doctor. I like seeing incremental progression. I don't know if my doctor would be okay with that. I like to see those incremental gains, you know? That's just funny. Alright, so with that in mind, this will go into one of the storage boxes. I have all my fishing poles. I think all I need out of here, I think this is fine. I think the only thing I need is my fishing bait. So we can go fishing. Tell him I'm paid to win, baby. That's funny. Alright. Let's see what we have here. So that's just coal. Okay, we're gonna need all those. So let's pull these out. Let's put this away. Pull these out. Because we need those. I need to rearrange them again. Fuck. So I think these are all fine. Cucumber's usually the one I do last. I think these ones are all fine. I think it's these 3 that have to be last. Okay, so I think those are in a fine order. And then alright, there's some fishing bait. Alright, I think we're good enough. Where's the rest of my fishing bait? I have like 3 stacks of it. Did I miss it at the main town? Oh, it's all right here. Okay. I'm gonna pull all of that out. There we go. Alright. Alright, guys, we're gonna log off of here. I'll be back on tomorrow. I'm gonna go put this guy over to fishing. But I appreciate y'all. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. I'm gonna throw out the Discord for you guys. If you guys haven't joined Discord, want to join Discord, feel free. The only thing is don't be a dick. If you have a gaming question, ever need help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody else out, that's the best place to do it. If you ever need to hit me up off stream for any questions or share something or whatever, it's the best place to do it is in the Discord. Just at me at any time. Days I'm not streaming, best place to reach me. when I'm off stream, best place to reach me. On stream, still one of the best places to reach me. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, I appreciate that as well. Go over there, give it a little clicky. A little support would be greatly appreciated. If you ever want to rewatch a stream or catch a stream you might have missed, it's the best place to do it. But I appreciate y'all. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. See ya. Bye. Thank you. See ya.